All right, let's get it. Come on up in here. Let's get it. Come on up in here. Go ahead and tap the like button. We're about to get started. Come on up in here. We're about to get started. Come on up in here. We are about to get started. We are talking about Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. I think we got to talk about it. Family. Let's talk about this. Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness, right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We got to move away from that word African. We got to move away from it. And we got to talk about the mindset, the black consciousness. That's what we got to talk about, family. Do we want to be Pan-African or do we want to be Pan-Blackness? That's what we're going to talk about today. That's what we're going to talk about today. Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. That's what we're going to talk about today. Oh yeah, we about to get into it. We are about to get into it. Y'all tap that like button. When y'all come in, tap that like button. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get to about same thing. Y'all know the protocol. 3 to 5K, and we start bringing people up, and we have the conversation. We're talking about Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's give some definition. Pan-Africanism is a political and cultural movement aimed at the unification of all people of African descent, regardless of geographical location, based on the shared history of African origin and the experiences of colonialism and slavery. Pan-Africanism is a political and cultural movement aimed at the unification of all people of African descent. Okay? Regardless of their origins and their experiences of colonialism and slavery, right? Unity of African peoples. It emphasizes on the connection between African nations and the global African diaspora. It's more, Pan-Africanism is African-centric focus. Prioritizes the liberation, empowerment, and cultural revival of African people and nations. I want y'all to hear me. Pan-Africa. Are we Pan-Africanists? Let's talk about Pan-African, or are we Pan-Blackness? We're talking about the mindset, the consciousness. The consciousness. Historical context, rooted in the struggle against European colonization of Africa, as well as the transatlantic slave trade and its impact on African descendants worldwide. Key thing, this is African. Pan-African is really more for Africans. Pan-African, if you're Pan-African, you're pro-African. Nothing wrong with that. Notable figures of this Pan-African movement: Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁 Selassie. They all champion this idea of African unity and liberation. So we were uniting under the banner of Africa. Africa, Africa, Africa. We're all African. We're all African. If that's the case, again, why not white people, YT people, be Pan-Africanism? You know, they have 1% of Africa in them, right? Pan-African. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. That's Marcus Garvey. That's the Ghanaian. That's 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁 Selassie. That's Kwame Nkrumah. That's what Pan-African is. What we want to talk about is, are we Pan-Africanists or are we Pan-Blackness? And why should we be Pan-Blackness instead of Pan-Africanism, right? Let me give you the definition of Pan-Blackness. Pan-Blackness refers to the broader ideology centered around global black experience, focusing on the liberation, empowerment, and consciousness. That's the key. Consciousness of black people, regardless of their African ancestry or connection to African nations. It's a black-centric, emphasizing black identity and struggle beyond the African continent. See, we got it all wrong. We've been trying to be Pan-Africanism. And over here in America, we need to be more Pan-Blackness, more Black American-centric, more Black consciousness-centric. That's what we need to be on. Why? Why? Why are we more focused on the Black consciousness than the African mindset? See, the African mindset is a colonized mindset. That's what we're coming to realize. That's why we have so many tethers coming in. Because they have an African mindset, a colonized mind. They have a colonized mind. Let's keep it a buck. All those African nations, they don't have their own names. They are named by Europe. They've been colonized by Europe. Okay? They don't have a black consciousness that especially black Americans are looking for to connect with. So there's a reason why Pan-Africanism doesn't work. Because Pan-African calls you to focus on Africa, 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 Africa. But we don't, it's not that we don't care about Africa. It's that we don't want that colonized mindset in our black consciousness. You understand? We don't want that colonized mindset in that black consciousness. Let me go back to what is Pan-African. Let me go back. Let me just back up. I got to slow this thing down because I want y'all to understand where I'm going with this. Pan-Africanism is a political and cultural movement. Key thing, political and cultural movement. Aimed at the unification of all people of African descent, regardless of geographical location, based on the shared history of African origins and the experiences of colonialism and slavery. Okay? That's Pan-African. Pan-Blackness refers to a broader ideology centered around the global black experience, focusing on the liberation, empowerment, and consciousness of black people, regardless of their African ancestry or connection to African nations. It is a black-centric. We got to get black-centric, y'all. It's a black-centric, emphasizing black identity and struggle beyond the African continent. Pan-Blackness. That's what Pan-Blackness is. Black consciousness focus on the unique experience and struggles of black people globally, especially in Western countries where the legacy of slavery, systematic racism, and segregation shapes the black experience. Global black identity recognizes the shared experiences of oppression faced by black people worldwide, whether in the U.S., the Caribbean, Latin America, or Europe. I think this includes everybody. I think Pan-Blackness, because we're talking more about the consciousness, the black consciousness. That's what, you understand, that's what black Americans are looking for. Do you got the black consciousness? Do you have that rider spirit? Do you have that spirit that says, I'm going to stand up no matter where I am? No matter where I am in the world, I'm going to stand on business. And we're going to push the line. Whether we're the minority or the majority, we're going to push the line and get the things that we need for our people and for the betterment of black consciousness. It's not just about African, Pan-African. It's not just Africa, Africa, Africa. We're talking about, you got to have the mindset. We're talking about Pan-African versus a Pan-Blackness, a black consciousness versus Pan-Black consciousness. That's what we're talking about, the consciousness of black. That rider spirit, that stand on business spirit, that unique experience that says, I am black. That's why it's hard for other groups to understand, right? That's why y'all can't get it when we're saying we're foundational black Americans. That's why you don't understand, because you don't have the black consciousness. You want to be black, but you want to be black when it's convenient. You only want to be black when you're in America. That's the problem. Because when you go back home to your homeland, you don't call yourself black. Let's keep it a buck. See, one thing about foundational black Americans, everywhere we go, we're black. No matter what continent we go on, we're black. We don't get to take off our blackness. We don't have a homeland to go to where everybody's black. Like when we're in Atlanta, when we're at historical black colleges, when we're just in black cities, we're still black. When we leave those cities, we're still black because we carry the black consciousness. We carry the black consciousness. Pan-Blackness focuses on black empowerment. The movement centers around black liberation, cultural pride, economic independence, without being tied exclusively to Africa. We want to work with our African brothers, but we have seen, I think we've seen a lot from the debate, from after the debate. Africans keep telling us they don't want to work with us. Our cultures are too opposite. Our mindset is not the same. Black Americans do not have the same mindset as a lot of Africans. Let's keep it a buck. It's different. It's different. See, look, read this comment. What and where is a black city? Because there are none outside of Africa. Get the hell out of here, brother. See that mindset? 𝗤𝗄𝗎. See that mindset? They don't look, the African mindset doesn't want to do research. Doesn't want to know about your culture. The African mindset only wants you to know about African culture. You see how that works? You could be Brazilian, and you know what the African wants you to understand? The African. You could be a Caribbean. You know what the African wants you to understand? The African. They don't want to understand you. They want you to understand them. That's all black Americans have been asking Africans to do, is to understand the black consciousness. Understand the black American perspective. Because we already know your perspective. You see that? They don't even know what a black city is because they don't do their research. A lot of them are, I don't know, man, you got social media now, brother. You got Google now, brother. You better use it. If you don't know there's black cities outside of Africa, then wow. Wow. I'm not even going to waste time playing that game of naming one. Let someone in the comments tell you what a black city is, okay? Brother, if you don't know, why don't you Google it? Why don't you, instead of asking me a dumb question like that, why don't you use Google and find out? And find out. Because if you got to ask me, if there's that tells me you've never been to America. That lets me know you've never been to America. And this is the problem. These Africans, you got the internet, brother. Go research. Go research. Pick up and research. Learn. Grow your mind. Read a book. How many books have you read, my African brothers? How many books have you read? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I know this. Black Americans are black. That's what I know. Black Americans have a black consciousness. That's what I know. And that's what I'm concerned about. If you have that mentality that you want to fight against colonialism, slavery, if you have the mindset to fight against the system of white supremacy and dismantle that system and replace it with the system of justice, then you have a black consciousness. You have something that we could work with over here. You have something that we can have a commonality. If you have that rider mentality and you want to stand on business, that's what we're talking about. Are you ready to stand on business? Are you ready to get yourself on code? We're talking about Pan-African versus a Pan-Blackness. Because we're not, as Foundational Black Americans, we're not doing the Pan-African thing because it doesn't work. We don't want to be African. And that's number one. We don't want to be African. We want to be who we are. We think we're doing phenomenal just as we are right now. We really are not even looking for help at this point because y'all not helping anyway. Y'all want to come over and plunder America, right? Y'all want to come over and get y'all money and take it back home, and y'all want to play that game. And there's nothing wrong with that game. Nothing wrong with that. But how does that benefit black Americans? How does that benefit the Pan-Blackness? How does that benefit us? If you're not trying to build our city, help us build our cities, help us create infrastructure, help us, build more schools, help us pass down the black consciousness that tells people to stand on business. That doesn't help us. That's a selfish mentality. And that's cool. If that's what y'all want to do it. I'm not going to knock you for that. But that's not the black American mindset. That's not the FBA mindset. We don't go to your country and think we're just going to make money and then take it back home. When we go to your country, we're going to your country to help out, to understand the natives there and the conditions there, and be a help. That's what we do. When I go to Africa, I'm not there to take, plunder Africa. I'm not there to make money and then take it back to the U. I'm not, would be nice, but that's not what I'm there for. I'm there to experience the people. I'm there to enjoy the food and the culture. I don't have the mindset like, I just want to make money and send it back home. And, I don't have the mindset to get involved in African politics. Like some people, when they come over here, they want to get into our politics and then make a lane for their tribe or their people, instead of helping out and understanding the black American situation. So we focus more on black empowerment. Okay? The movement centers around black liberation, cultural pride, economic independence, without being tied exclusively to Africa. Thought leaders like Malcolm X, James Baldwin, Huey Newton, they embrace a form of black nationalism and consciousness that align more with Pan-Blackness than Pan-African. Let's keep it a buck. Black Panther, Malcolm X, NOI. NOI is a prime example of pan-blackness. They are black-centric. Black-centric. Black mindset. Are you black? And do you know what it means to be black? That's what we're concerned about. That's what we're concerned about. Let's talk about some of the core differences. Pan-Africanism is African-centric. The movement primarily focuses on Africa as the root of black identity. Remember that. They focus on black as the root. They focus on Africa as the root of black identity. And as we've seen, that's not true. There's no black identity in Africa. Africa does not have a black identity. Okay? They tell you all the time, I'm not black, I'm African. I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. They make that stance, especially when they come here, because they see that when you become black, it comes with its own set of problems. And they don't want those problems. They don't want that smoke. So they're black only when it's convenient, when they're going to get something. Or when they need to dump something negative, they're black. When they need to get something, they're black. But when it comes to standing on business, they flee. When it comes to standing on business, they flee. Why? Because they have a country to flee to. And they're trying to flee from their country. Okay? They have that fleeing mindset. That mindset that doesn't say turn over tables and fix here. They have that mindset that says, I'm going to go wherever it's good and live comfortable. And forget about my people. Forget about the conditions of my country. Forget about the struggles that's going on. You know, they're all like little Moseses who don't want to be Moses, right? They're Pharaoh. They want to live in the kingdom of Pharaoh and live with the trinkets and the soft life, rather than turn up tables and go back down with their brothers and struggle with them until they get their liberation. Shout out to Haiti. Haiti did it. Shout out to Haiti, 1804. The irony is Pan-Africanism came from Webb, Du Bois, Marcus Garvey. Yes, they run versus we stay here in U.S. and fight the system. Yeah, that's what we do. We stand on business. We stand on business, y'all. The emphasis is on Pan-African emphasis is on African nation. It seeks the liberation and empowerment of African nations and their diaspora through collective unity and solidarity. But here's the problem. There's no unity in Africa. There's no unity. We've seen Cameroonians call out Nigerians and call them weak. Did y'all not see that yesterday? The Cameroonians and the Sierra Leones called out Nigeria and said Nigeria was weak. There's no unity. You'll never see another black man call another black man and say you're weak. We know if you're black, you're not weak. You have the black consciousness. You got mental toughness. You're resilient. There's nothing weak about being black. When you're black, you stand on business. And guess what? We can prove it. We can prove it. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Appreciate the roses. We're talking about Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. We can prove it. Click that like button. Let's get to 3K likes, y'all. We got too many people in the room. Click that like button. Okay? Pan-Blackness places less emphasis on Africa as the root of black identity and instead focuses on the global experience of black people, especially in nations shaped by the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism. The global black experience. The ideology embraces the diverse black experience across Americas, the Caribbean, Europe, Africa, acknowledging the unique socio-political struggles of black people in these regions. So the black consciousness, it can, listen, even though I'm black, and you may not be black, but you can have a black consciousness and it focus on the black struggle. So we included our UK brothers at this point. We're including anybody who wants to take on the black consciousness, who wants to get that mindset, that rider spirit that says we're going to stand on business and we're going to fight. We're going to push the line. Push the line. No, it's not dividing. You already, first of all, 𝗤𝗄𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝘀𝗂𝗶𝘀𝘀🐐, you're already divided in your conversation and in your speech right now. You're already divided. So what we're saying is we're not going to latch on to the African mindset that doesn't work, the tribalism that doesn't work, right? The calling out of other countries in your continent, calling each other weak Africans. We don't do that. We're saying, do you have that black consciousness? We can unite on the black consciousness. That's what we can unite on. The consciousness of black, not the I'm African, because I'm not African. I had an ethnogenesis. I'm not spiritually connected to Africa no more. I have a rich ancestry here in America that I can look to. I got a people, we have tribes here. All our tribes, we are uniting under foundational Black American. All the dark tribes, all the dark skin, all the copper color skin people in America, we've united under one flag. Foundational Black American. We're black. We're freedmen. Indigenous and African ancestry with some Europe ancestry. We're black. So, yeah, we united with Choctaw. You're black. We're not discriminating against how you classify yourself here. But are you FBA? Are you black? Do you have the black consciousness? That's what we're talking about. Do you have the black consciousness? That will let us know if there's some solidarity. We cannot unite around skin color, but we can unite around the black consciousness. Do you have that black consciousness? That's how we know you're our brother. That's how we know you're one of us. That's how we know you're in the fight. That's how we know. Click the like button. Let's get the 3K likes and I'll start bringing people up. And we can have the conversation. Okay? The ideology embraces the diverse black experiences across the Americas, okay? Let's talk about African unification versus global black empowerment. See, in my opinion, I don't think Africans will ever unite. I think their culture is deeply rooted in tribalism. That's part of their culture, is tribalism. So how can you unite anything when your culture is tribalism? And that's why the continent is failing. Because of the tribalism within their different countries. You got 200 tribes in one country. And they all want something for themselves. So how can they work together? That's why Pan-Africanism doesn't work for Black Americans, because we don't have that mindset. We don't have the mindset of Africans. That's why it will never work. That's why you see when we did this debate, they can't even recognize our culture. Africa doesn't recognize black. But they want to be black. Isn't that crazy? They want to be called black in America. Marcus Garvey started Pan-Africanism. Marcus Garvey. We'll give him the credit. We'll give him the credit. It was a beautiful concept at one time, but it'll never work because Africans are not. We had Cameroonians and Sierra Leones calling out our Nigerian brothers saying y'all weak. You got tethers arguing and calling each other weak. You got a tether calling out a solid African brother and calling him weak because he understands. See, that's the problem. Africa, you're too proud. I know you want to say black Americans are too proud, right? But let's keep it a buck. You're too proud because you want everybody to be African. We don't have that fleeing mindset. We don't have that mindset to become the oppressor. That's the difference. Africans, y'all have the mindset. Based on what we heard, based on what y'all said, y'all want to become like the oppressor. And that's not good for black people. We don't want to become the oppressor. We want to replace the system of injustice with a system of justice. Y'all want to be like the colonizer. That's why y'all look up to the white man so much. Y'all want to become them and do what they're doing to other countries. So y'all are trying to learn the game so y'all can do that. That's what's going on. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. That's right. That's right. That's right. We have a pan-blackness mindset. We are pan-blackness. We are no longer pan-African. Pan-African does not work. We're not uniting around a colonized mindset or a mindset that I want to become the colonizer. Because we don't want to, black people, we don't want to become the colonizer. We just want justice. We are the ones who are fighting for justice. Justice not just for black Americans, but justice for all. We stand on that type of business. Yeah, they oppress each other. Let's keep it a buck. Africans oppress each other. They enslave each other, y'all. They have a class. See, African doesn't have a skin color. They don't have that. They have classism. So they think some Africans are better than other Africans. But black Americans, we don't think like that. We don't think we're better than other black people. We look at all black people as one. Even our underbelly. We're like, man, hey, we don't rock with them. We don't like what they're doing, but they're black. We don't think we're better than other black people. We don't have that superiority complex where we want to enslave our black brother. No. We don't have a class structure. We don't suffer from classism. We don't look down on other black people. But Africans do. They look down on black people. They look down on African people. They look down on everybody. Let's keep it above. Matter of fact, the only one they don't look down on is the white man. Because they want to become like the white man. They say things like, the white man is smart. The white man has a higher IQ. And Africans say this, y'all. Africans say that white Americans have a higher IQ than them. That's what they say. Think about that. Are you saying that no black Americans that enslaved? I don't understand your question, brother. The Bible tells us that all nations will rise up against thee. You can't take anecdotal moments and make them facts. Okay, whatever, brother. You see that? The Africans are divided. They can't get on code. There's no code for them to get on. We're the ones who are codified here in America. We're the one that understands infiltration more than anything because we've been infiltrated. We've been infiltrated. Peace, 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 peace. What's up? We've been infiltrated. We've been infiltrated by the CIA, FBI. We've been experimented on. We know about infiltration over here. That's why we know the importance of getting on code. And that's why we're going to get on code, y'all. We're going to get on code, okay? The primary strategy is uniting African countries and the African diaspora. This is talking about the African unification versus global empowerment. We're talking about Pan-Africanism right now. The primary strategy is unifying African countries and African diaspora to resist Western domination, neocolonialism, and economic exploitation. The vision includes the political and economic integration of African nations, often seen in this creation of continental initiatives like the African Union. Hence the African Union. Are any black Americans part of the African Union? I don't know. Are any black Americans part of the African Union? I don't think so. So why are we trying to be Pan-Africanists? We're not even part of their African Union. Come on, I'm hitting y'all where it's at. I'm hitting y'all where it's at. Is any black American part of the African Union? How can we be Pan-Africanists and we're not even part of what's going on over there? We are Pan-Blackness, and we're saying now, if you want to work with us, you got to get on the black consciousness. That's what we're saying to the African diaspora. We're saying if you want to work with black Americans, you got to have a black consciousness, because your consciousness is colonized and you're a fleer. You want to flee and not be in the struggle and in the hunt with your people. We can't do nothing with that mindset, brother. Got to get my Malcolm X on. That's why I had to put my little Malcolm X shades on today. We gotta get some straightening. What can we do in America when we are riders with a fleeing mentality? Nothing. If you have the mindset that you want to go back and build up your country, we can work with that. If you have the mindset that you want to fight and make changes in your country, we might be able to work with that. We might be able to, okay, let's get on board with that. But you got to have the black consciousness, brother. If you don't have the black consciousness, we can't even get along. That's why we're delineating. Because we're realizing that we got fleers trying to speak up for riders. If you got a fleeing mindset, don't speak for me. Don't speak for me. Keep that mindset to yourself. Don't speak for me. And I'm not going long today, y'all. I'm not going long today. I'm probably going to go about maybe 2-3 hours at the most. We're going to stop all this 5-6 hour. No, we're going to go about 2-3 hours at the most. I got things to do. Okay? And y'all need to show a little bit more love. And I appreciate the love right now. But y'all need to show love, man. Cause I'm giving y'all all I got, y'all. I'm giving y'all all I got. I'm not reserving. There's nothing in my reserves. I'm giving you all I got. Y'all said y'all want solutions. I'm coming up with solutions. We need to start a pan-blackness movement. We already getting our lineage straight. We're getting our lineage together. Now we got to go out there and preach the black consciousness to others so they can have that mindset. The unity's in black, brother. The unity's in the black consciousness. That's what you're not understanding. We can't unify with fleers, brother. We can't. It doesn't benefit us and it doesn't benefit you. So the best thing we can do is help you understand the black consciousness and tell you to adopt this mindset versus this mindset. You have two different mindsets. You have the Pan-African mindset and you have the Pan-Blackness mindset. The Pan-African mindset doesn't work. When Marcus Garvey was stomping for Pan-Africanism, Jamaicans wasn't rocking with him. Black Americans had to rock with him. Let's keep it a buck. We're the ones that rock with Marcus Garvey. Y'all wasn't rocking with Mark. Y'all want to accept him now that his name is big. But y'all wasn't rocking with him in the beginning. Let's keep it a buck. But we're not Pan-Africanism. We're not doing that. We're on our Pan-Blackness. We're on our blackity black. We're on our black horse. We're on our black everything. Yeah. Africans are not united. So this is a way that we can work with some of our African brothers who were born here, who may have adopted the black mindset because they grew up in the black community. This is a way we can work together, y'all. But it has to be under black, not African. We're dealing with the consciousness, the black consciousness. Do you have the black consciousness, and do you have that rider spirit, and do you want to stand up and fight against the system of white supremacy, the system of injustice, and do you have the mindset to replace it with a system of justice that's fair for all? That's how we roll. Well, tethers are fleers. Let's keep it a buck. Tethers are fleers. But not all fleers are tethers. But tethers are fleers. Let's keep it a buck. That's what they do. They don't want to stand and fight. They don't want to build up their country. They want to come build up America. Thank you. They want to come pay taxes to America. Thank you. Thank you. The only way you fight that is through legislation. We're going to fight it on all grounds, not just legislation. We're going to fight it when our feet hit the ground. We are fighting against a system of injustice as soon as our feet hit the ground. Some people said America is crashing though. Okay, maybe, but that don't mean black Americans are going anywhere. See, we're not going to flee. We're going to stand here. We're going to stand on business and do what we do. We're going to make our country great. Because that's why they brought us over here. There wasn't no country until they brought us over here. There wasn't no country until they kidnapped some of our indigenous people and put them to work. There wasn't no country. So they brought it. They know that we're the mojo in this country. So wherever our majority spirit goes, we're going to prosper. We're going to make that country prosper wherever we go. So we're not worried about if the country survives, if it crashes. We know we're here to stand on business. We know where we come from, and we're going to fight for where we come from. We're not just going to move because it's not hot anymore. We're here good times and bad times. We've been through it all in America. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. We're here. We tried building up over there. Y'all don't want us over there. Y'all want to bulldoze our houses. Y'all want to marginalize us. Y'all want to treat us like outsiders. So fine, we're outsiders. We're black. We're black. You're African. We're black. You're African. It's okay. We'll come up with the treaty. We got a treaty that's waiting on y'all. I actually got the treaty already written up. I just haven't put it out there yet. I don't want to float around a treaty that I don't want to float around a treaty that y'all ain't ready for yet. And y'all keep telling us y'all ain't ready for it yet. So we're going to get the treaty with our people, with black people first. We're going to get our black businesses popping first. We're going to get our reparations popping first. And then we'll deal with y'all later. So we're just going to put that on pause. We're not here to denigrate Africans. No disrespect to Africans. We understand y'all mindset now. We're telling y'all straight up, we don't want no sleeper cells in our community. Keep your tethers, your sleeper cells with you. Don't bring them in our community because we're just going to get them up out. Now, if you're an African and you're taking care of business, we're not going to mess with you. We're not going to mess with you. But the tethers, we're going to get them up out of there. And again, if some people, in the process of getting the tethers out of there, and some good people have to get sent home too, then that's just what it has to be. It's called casualties of war. Define sleeper cell again. Define sleeper cell again. Can somebody help her with sleeper cell so I can move on? Define sleeper cell for Desi, because she doesn't know. She doesn't know that people can be sleeper cells. They come from another country, they come over here, they blend in with the people, and then they undermine those people. They get activated. Obama is a sleeper cell. Special K is a sleeper cell. She's cosplaying as black. She has an agenda that's not our agenda. She has an allegiance that's not to our community. Her allegiance is to the elite or whatever country she fled from. We have sleeper cells in our community, cosplayers that want to cosplay as black, but they have a tether mindset. Those are sleeper cells. Tethers are sleeper cells. We don't want them in our community. YT people, they got sleeper cells. People come in, look white, but they're not white. They're something else, but they blend in well. And then they get involved in politics, and then they're activated. All of a sudden, they're activated. They're pretending to be American, but they're something else. They have allegiance to something else. That's what a sleeper cell is. That's what a tether is. And we don't want them in our community any longer. Not everybody's black just because they look like this. You're whatever your nationality is or your tribe. This vision includes political, economic integration of African nations, often seen in the creation of the continental initiative like the African Union. That's Pan-African is African Union. Let's just keep it a buck. Pan-African is the African Union. And that only benefits Africa. See how that works? See how we've been getting tricked? Our African brothers want everything to benefit them, but they don't want anything that benefits you. So everything has to be under the African banner in Pan-Africanism. And they want to Africanize everybody. You're Africa, you're Africa, you're Africa. They want to Africanize everybody. But the black consciousness says, do you have the black conscious? Do you have the black mindset? Pan-Blackness focuses on black liberation and consciousness globally. Now we're taking the FBA mindset and we want to transfer that globally. That's where Pan-Blackness comes from. Okay? We want to take the FBA consciousness, the black consciousness that we have. The black is beautiful. The black is excellent, right? The I'm black and I'm proud. That I'm going to stand on business. I got achievements. I got accomplishments. I'm phenomenal. I'm top tier. I'm best of the best. See, that's the mindset black Americans have. We have moxie. Hence my name, Too Much Moxie. We got moxie. We got bravado. We look different. We talk different. We walk different. Everything we do, it's black. And you see it. When you see a black man walking, you're like, damn. That brother is strong. We got swag, baby. That's the black conscience. We want to transfer that. We want to give you some of that. How about that? We want you to adopt some of this black consciousness. You may not be black, but you can get this black consciousness and then we can work. Then we can do business. Oh yeah. Often driven by the fight against systematic racism, white supremacy, and economic oppression in the Western world. That's the black liberation and the consciousness we're talking about. It prioritizes black economic independence, cultural revitalization, and political power, where black people reside without an emphasis on African unity or governance. It's not about what's going on in Africa. It's about, do you have the black consciousness? Africa, you got to fix Africa. We're not going to fix it for you. You're not going to trick us into fixing your country for you so you can become a colonizer. We're not going to do that. Okay? Now that we understand what the sleeper cell is about, Africa wants to become the oppressor, y'all. Let me start bringing people up. We've heard it. Africa wants to become the oppressor, y'all. Understand that. We've heard them say it in this live. They revere YT people. They revere them. They revere YT people. Black Americans, do we revere white people? Do we look up to them? No, we don't. We see them as people. We don't see them as anything superior. We don't look up. We don't worship YT people. We don't do that. Not in our culture. And that's what we want y'all to adopt. You need to adopt this black consciousness so you can stop worshiping YT. Okay? Stop. Let's bring up some people. Let's have a conversation, y'all.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I'm hold tight. I just can't see my mute button.
Okay, yeah, you got to click your icon, your screen there, and then that's how you mute your
Oh,
mic.
cool. All right, bet.
But that's the difference between the African mindset and the black consciousness, the black mindset. We don't flee. We stand and we make it better where we're at. You know, Tupac said it's not about where you're from, it's where you're at. Africa, you need to adopt that mindset. It's not about where you're from, it's where you're at. When you're in America, you do as Americans do. You do as the black Americans do. When you come over here, you get on code with us and you adopt this black consciousness that you can take back to your people. Like
Good morning.
Good morning. Like 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie,
Peace.
right? He went to one of our HSBCUs, HSBC, whatever. I can't even say it right now. He went to one of our historically black colleges and took it back to Ghana, and he's revered over there. Come over here and get some of this black consciousness and take it back to your homeland and turn over tables. That's what you need to do.
Can I say something, my brother?
Hold on, yes you can. Get the game from us, take it back to your country, and do what's necessary. That's how we can unite under pan-blackness, not pan-African. We're not doing that. That's a trick bag. That's a trick bag to build up Africa and make Africa become the colonizers. No. We don't want to be like the colonizer, and we don't want to colonize anything, but we want black to be excellent. We want black to be great. We want black to be phenomenal. Go ahead, AC.
Good morning. I have never seen your channel before, and I just want to thank you for bringing this consciousness to our community.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I am very much of a novice at this education about our people, about Africa. So I'm just learning as I'm listening. I'm looking at the comments and everything, and you know, is that your book? Is that your book? Okay.
No,
I would love to.
This is not.
I would love to.
I appreciate it, but this is not my book. Maybe I will write something on this to get deeper on this. That's actually a great idea. I might have to do something like that to explain it. But
because that will help.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
I just want to say real quick, because I know a lot of people on here are probably a lot more well-versed than I am as far as all of this information, but I just wanted to make a comment. That's it. And that is, it breaks my heart as a black woman, African American. I don't know what the proper terminology is on your channel, so just let me speak from where I am right now.
African, we use black. We are black Americans, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel so bad that I don't know where I came from. And when it comes to Africa, I feel like that is my homeland. You know what I mean? And when I see African people when they come here and they don't understand us, we don't understand them. I had a long conversation with an African woman a couple of days ago through my job, and I was almost in tears because, you know, she said she was so hurt by, you know, the disconnect between her and African Americans, and how she had a bad exchange with a black woman who said some very mean things to her. And she didn't, you know, she wasn't doing anything when it happened, but it's just the disconnect between us and Africa and where we came from. And I mean, it's just so much I would like to say. I know it might not be, like I said, I don't understand all of you guys' terminology and things that you're using. Speaking from my heart, I just feel sad about the fact that we are so divided as black people from Africa, from United States. For some reason, it's such a struggle for us as black people to just come together and work together and love one another and love ourselves. I think the deepest root is in ourselves, that we don't love who we are a lot of times as black people. When we look in the mirror, we have a problem with ourselves. If you don't love yourself, you're not going to love anybody. When you look at each other, you're not going to respect one another. You're not going to love one another. You're going to fight against one another because you're fighting against yourself. That's where it begins. You got to love yourself inside. This country has devastated us as black people. We have been emotionally wrecked at the hands of the United States of America and white people in this country. I'm not anti-white. I am not prejudiced. It's just the truth of the matter. Slavery wreaked havoc on us emotionally, physically, mentally. We're still suffering from emotional trauma from slavery. And we still fight one another. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart so bad. I just thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to share that. I have a heart for our people. We suffer in the medical. When we go to the hospitals, we don't get proper treatment. When we out here in these streets, we don't get proper respect and treatment, not only from other races, but from each other. If we got to love one another and love ourselves. Honestly, I can't, it breaks my heart, bro. Thank you so much, though, for letting me talk. I appreciate it. That's all I got to say right now.
You're welcome, sister. Let me just catch you up to speed with some of the terminology, okay? We are FBAs, okay? We have united our tribes here in America. We have many different tribes here, many different black tribes here in America, and we just united our tribes. We did what Africa couldn't do. I don't care if you're claiming indigenous. I don't care if you're claiming African ancestry. If you have my copper colored skin and you're in this country and you can trace your lineage back to at least the 1870 census, you are a foundational Black American. If your family members went through chattel slavery, right? Slavery in this country, you are connected to us. You are a foundational Black American. And that's the flag that we're riding under. I don't care if you classify yourself as Indian, Native. You need to understand that you are a foundational Black American. You are a freedman. And we have things that are owed to us as a people, and we're going to go get those things that are owed to us.
Right.
Too much. Can I say something really quick? I mean, the pan blackness thing it's a good idea, especially for you and your community and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, like, it will be hard for you guys, for, like you said, you want it to be like international and stuff like that. It will be hard. Like, this is how I put it. Like, I feel like you guys remind, like, some Black people in America, y'all remind me of the South Africans. You know, you see how they behave because they have proximity to whiteness. They think that they're better than Nigerians and other Africans. Or they say, you're not allowed in our country, you're fleeing your country. So I think because you guys have proximity to whiteness, you kind of took on some of their, I don't want to say racist ways, but it's true. That's just how I feel.
No, you're misunderstood. We're not like the South Africans. We're not xenophobic, right? They don't have a reason to be xenophobic. Okay? They're xenophobic because whatever the mindset is. My thing is this: we're not fleeing our country. We're standing here and we're staying in the fight. We're staying in the belly of the beast, and we're
That's something they would say.
And we're standing on business, right? And we don't mind people coming, but if you're coming, you're not going to plunder America. You're not going to have a colonizer mindset in America. You're going to respect our culture. You're going to respect our people. We're not going to have people in our country who are undermining us and denigrating us and wagging their finger at us and thinking they're better than us because they're not from here and they don't experience the same treatment that we might receive in our own country. Right. We're not going to have that. It's not that we're nothing like the South Africans. Shout out to the South Africans, but we're nothing like them. We're not xenophobic at all. We're just realizing that we have sleeper cells in our community and we got to get them out. And they're in our government and they're in positions of power and they're undermining us. They are joining with the colonizer and trying to practice anti-Black hatred. Unbeknownst to us. We didn't know this was happening. Thank God we got social media, because now we can record these things and put it online for people to see. This is what's really going on.
We can document it.
We can document it. We can clock it. We can clock that heat in real time. So we're nothing like the South Africans.
Why you willing to conquer there? You
This
able
is
to
how
conquer?
the black consciousness can help globally. See, we want y'all to adopt the mindset that we have. We want to teach y'all the black consciousness. We want to show y'all the black consciousness in action. And if you can adopt the black consciousness, especially those of you who are first, second generation Africans born here in America, you have a better chance of adopting the black consciousness than an African. You're not even accepted in your own country all the way. Let's keep it up.
And yeah, and
We fight for black people all over the world. That's just something I'm gonna never stop doing.
Listen, we can fight for black people all over the world if they have the black consciousness. If they don't have the black consciousness, we can't fight with nothing.
And
we
then-
can't align ourselves
That's just like fighting an enemy.
excuse me, brothers, if I could just speak for a minute, what I wanted to say real quick, because I've been listening, is the part that I think that other black people, the immigrants, are not understanding is this. We've sat back so long and not reaped the benefits of our ancestors' blood that's been shed. And we've watched people, after we've made this fight, come in and reap the benefits without getting the credit, without getting the recognition, being belittled for being Black Americans, for the way we talk, for the system that has been down on us. And a lot of times we're just not appreciated. And especially when it comes down to our own Black people coming from other countries, they don't want to take the time to learn about our history and what has happened to us, and to see that when they come over here, the people who are turning you against us, telling you all these bad things, and then when you repeat just what they say, you become the enemy with them, because we hear you repeating the same things that they say about us, not knowing how they try to stomp down on us. And with us having the knowledge that we have of this country, because we've been here so long, we know the system and what they're trying to do. What immigrants don't know, especially Black immigrants don't know, is what the system is doing to us. And so when they come here, they say, well, why can't y'all make it? Look how great it is. But we had to go through 400 years of turmoil, of our cities being burned down, our businesses being burned down, and everything. And when you don't learn about all that stuff, then you come and say, oh, you Black Americans, you just don't take care of the opportunity. But we've tried that. And when we've tried that, and we still try today, and then when you come over here and are able to reap those same benefits, what we're saying is, well, if you can reap those benefits and we haven't, and our ancestors haven't, it's time for us as foundational Black Americans now to have our reparations, to put us back to where we belonged when we were in segregation, and when we were being killed, when we were building our own cities up. We didn't flee anywhere to go anywhere to build our cities. Instead, we stayed right here. And when we see people flee their other place and then come over here and try to talk bad about us and don't think of how we changed our country, we didn't flee it. And I think that's where the disrespect comes, and that's why FBA, we are trying to separate ourselves from everyone else, to let them know that we're not going to take any more of you thinking that we can't do it on our own. We can. We don't need anyone. All we need is the system and the Black people who come over here to stop being a part of the system. If you want to leave us alone and don't be a part of us, that's fine. We can do it. We've shown that. But when the system comes against us, and then we have other people who look like us that come in and come against us too, it makes it even harder. And that's why we're trying to separate ourselves.
I think those people are coming against us, Skywalkers. I agree with what you're saying 100%. I really do, brother. I think that it's a lack of understanding. They are looking at media, honestly, like white media is controlled. So around the world, you're looking at all of this stuff. You're seeing us portrayed in these ways that are not true. And that is what your mindset, when you get here, you already have a preconceived notion that these are lazy people. These are people that don't work. These are people that don't want to go to school. Now, mind you, we could take advantage of more opportunities within our community, but a lot of it is the trauma that we are also dealing with as it relates to what we have been through in this country, that Africans truly don't grasp what that type of life that we had to go through, the struggle, did to us as a people. We don't even completely understand it, and we're still trying to regroup from all of that trauma that we went through. They don't understand it. And I would love to see us to be able to just talk with them, like really have a panel of some Africans and some
We
Black
did.
Americans
We
and sit
did.
down and talk as people so we can understand one another.
We did. We had
I
a
can tell you why.
hold
I can tell you why
on real quick.
there's.
Hold on real quick, Moxie. Hold on real quick. We had a panel.
Okay.
We had a panel
Yeah.
of foundational Black Americans, and we had a
Right.
panel of Africans, and we had a debate. We aired
Okay.
out our grievances. You might do another one. It's just exhausting. I don't want to talk to
Right.
Kevin all day babble.
They never gonna agree with us.
It's
It's
not
It
not
never
gonna
got anywhere.
Well,
not
this
gonna
is what
happen.
they told us. This is what they told us. They said, listen, our agenda is not your agenda.
right.
We are coming here to make money and build a life for ourselves, hence ourselves, selfish. They come here to build a life for themselves. They're not even planning on going back home.
Right.
Right.
They're planning on building a life for themselves. They're planning on studying the colonizer and
Right.
becoming like the colonizer.
Right.
That's their agenda.
Facts.
Our agenda is not to become like the colonizer. Our agenda is to replace a system of injustice and replace it with a system of justice that's beneficial not just for Black Americans, but for everybody.
Facts. Everything that we
Facts.
fought for was
Facts.
for the benefit. It benefited everybody else more than it benefited
Everybody.
us.
See, we don't have this is our superpower and our curse. We look at this skin and we have feelings when we see something happening to those African folks.
Right.
We
Yes, sir.
feel it. We feel that we like, oh no, that's happening to somebody Black. Oh no. Oh no. But here's the problem. When something happens to us, they don't feel
They don't
it
have that same feeling.
At all.
because they're tribalistic. They only feel
Right.
it to their tribe.
Yes,
Look at what
sir.
happened in Rwanda. Remember the massacre in Rwanda?
Yes, sir.
They didn't care about those people. They just wanted to I'm my tribe bigger than your tribe. We beefing. I'm going to destroy your tribe, and they're
Right.
all the same color. See, we have an affinity for that black skin, for that copper.
That
color.
part. Yes,
But
sir.
that's not getting us anywhere.
Skin in trouble. We want to run and put the cape on and try to save them. We like, oh man, we got to ride. We got to do this. This is
Right.
happening.
That's-
When we hear
that's
about
why
the Middle Easterns abusing their little house girls and house boys out there, we're like, oh no, that's. When we hear about South Africans denigrating South Africans, the people, the tribe there, we're like, oh no, that's messed up. Those YT people are doing that. When we hear what's going on in Gaza, we're like, oh no. We feel for others who are melanated.
Right.
They don't have that same affinity for us
Right.
that we have
Yes.
for them. They don't have that same solidarity that we try to connect them to. They want everybody to be African and become tribalistic, and then they want to somehow become the colonizer. And I don't know how that's going to work. That's a delusion. You can't
Right.
be tribalistic and then get on cold. I don't know. But
So
that's
the
what
reason why
they told us that they want.
Well, they
want to
Hamites.
become the colonizer. Africa wants to be the next colonizer, but here's the problem: they're getting colonized by Europe and they're
China.
getting controlled by China.
in China. But the reason why
Trying to
there's a
get them.
division, the reason why there's a difference between, the Africans and here in America is because when they come over here, they're classified as W. So they feel that they are already at a higher ranking than us when we've already been here,
Right.
So this
They get
is
a couple
our
more
country.
privileges.
We have our tribes here. We just don't know our tribes because of all the turmoil, all the hurt, the 400 years, them turning things around. So when they come over here, they are already on the level as W because they're classified as W.
Right.
So they don't see us as the same, like what you said. They only look out for their own tribe. They don't look out for the black skin and say, oh my gosh, I feel bad for that person. No, if you don't belong to their tribe, they can care less.
Yeah.
So
So-
for the Arabs though, they'll hang with the Arabs because they be working in the 7-Elevens. I know
You know
some of
why?
them.
Because they want to become the oppressor.
Yeah.
See what this is what I'm figuring out.
But they're not
Africans-
xenophobic towards us. They're more accepting to other groups that are different,
And see,
They not
that's what
about
Compared
us.
to
They not about us.
compared to Black
They are
Americans,
not
y'all
about
don't
us.
accept other groups of people that are different.
But that's what makes
Y'all
it.
don't accept different cultures. Y'all don't like different.
Well, what makes Black Americans unique is this:
hold
was
on, hold
us,
on, hold
man.
on, Skywalker, hold on. That's not true. We are too accepting. We
That's
invite
right.
Yes.
everybody to the cookout. Okay.
There
Right.
you go.
Yes.
We don't
Right.
listen. Guess who's coming to dinner? If it's a white woman or a white man, we don't care. We may have our little fun, or we may poke a little fun, but at the end of the day, you family.
So
That's
I mean,
our
think about
demise.
what you
That's
just
our
said.
demise right there.
We patron everybody's
Right
business
about
but our own. We'll go to the Middle Eastern, we'll go to the
Yeah.
African, we'll go to the Indian, we'll go to the Asian. We love. That's the problem. We
And
That's
this is
accept
what
what
that's the
Y'all
problem.
invite
Think
Only
about what
white
you
welcome to
people
just
to the
said.
everybody.
cookout,
What
but
you
y'all
Only
don't
just
welcome
invite
to
black or
everyone.
Jamaicans to the cookout. Only white
oh
people
yes we
no,
do. Blacks and
get
that's not
Jamaicans are
true
in
invited.
our
because think about
neighborhoods.
You hanging
think
around the
about
wrong
us
people,
think
sister.
about the
We gonna
people
let the people
think
in
about
the
the people
island.
that have
right.
been
She's
in
just making it
the
live.
islands.
They're
Think about
Americans.
us islanders. I'm from Barbados. So like us
Okay.
islanders,
Okay.
you know, Christopher Columbus come over there and what do? We over there be friendly to the people and that don't even
They
look
got
like us and
falsely
look what
raised.
they done to us. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we do invite people in.
Can I make
We're
a
too friendly.
clarification?
Jamaicans are in our
Tap that
neighborhoods.
screen. Listen,
Can I make a
They're not.
clarification?
go
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead, bro.
Y'all need to
Christopher
tap that screen.
Columbus.
Tap that
Christopher
screen.
Columbus was a Morano Jew, and he looked like us. It's
Right.
time. The biggest part of the
That part.
problem with these things is that our people, do not read, or if they are reading, they are going off a compulsory education. They are not learning about Walter Plecker. They are not understanding that every black person
John
did not
Hanson.
go
John
through
Hanson.
slavery. Some of them did. Many did. Not all of them
Many.
came across the Atlantic slave trade. And we
Right.
debate and get lost in history because we refuse to do a solid research for
Yeah, we
all
got lost in
people.
his story.
Correct.
I'm kind of gonna disagree a little bit with that because of this, and I'll say this: what we don't have proof of, I think, is black people already being here, and when we do
Yes,
have
we do, brother.
well,
Yeah.
listen
Yeah,
for
we've
a
been here
second.
before
I can
Christ.
give it to you if you need it.
Sometimes some of our resources, and this is what we have to do, and this is what I've learned through a lot of my studies. If you can't go to the source who got that source from what source, it's just like with archaeologists. You know, with archaeologists in Egypt, when they tried to say the Egyptians were these white people or whoever.
You can go to the Library of Congress and find out 20 people, 19 to 20
So,
people
but
came enslaved.
the
Right.
Library of Congress, how
Right.
are we going to believe them also when they are the
Then what
ones
if
who
you
lied
can't
to us
believe the
in the
Library
first
of
place?
Congress? I'll explain it to you so you'll get it good.
Right. So
If you can't believe that these people held insurance and on all of the things that they transported from one country to the other, which held records, extensive records,
right.
then you cannot have any backing of whatever. Because if you go to these Atlantic slave trade websites and you listen to the people, they tell you they add and they take away stuff from it.
But we have
So
proof
Yes,
of the
sir.
Atlantic slave trade, not only in the Library of Congress, but we also have that in Europe and Africa. We have that proof, right? We can go back to that. But when you say that black people were in America before slavery and all that stuff, we have
Of course we
no
were.
archaeological
Of course we were.
proof of that. No
Yes, you do,
kind
brother.
of records
Yes,
of
we do. Yes, we
not
are.
that's
What
reputable.
I be hearing, y'all, I be hearing us saying
We've
we
been
want to
over
be
here, brother.
so bad,
We've been
right?
here.
And then some. And the brother just said some people were slaves, some were not, and then you just go over them saying, "No, we everybody wasn't slaves," because I have ancestors in America in 1474
You ever
and
seen that
14.
picture of all them of all those
America's
all those
older
white
than
folks on that boat?
1474.
They not
That slave boat. I haven't seen none of us on none of them.
with the
It's
propaganda.
all
Listen,
been drawings.
We can't
so
all talk
business
over each other
tycoon,
one at a time.
Oh, sorry, brother. Sorry, my brother. Sorry about that.
business tycoon just was trying to explain to y'all that not everybody came through the transatlantic slave trade. Scott Walters, are you familiar with the trans-Pacific slave trade? Have you done your research on those voyages? Because that'll give you a little bit more insight.
Yes, I am. And just like I could tell you, the first slaves that were brought here, right? They weren't slaves, right?
Let me finish.
Hold on, you ask him a question. Let him respond.
It was
Go
just
ahead,
a
Scott.
yes or no question because I know he has. But if you want to go to slavevoyages.com, as the brother just said, a lot of these things have been fabricated, right? So you got to go to proof. If you can look at the death records and life records of members in your family, you'll see that we've been here way before.
Okay, so can I ask a question
All that
real quick?
digital stuff
Let
being
me
manipulated.
let
man.
me
You
ask
gotta
this
go back
question
to
real
the
quick.
library at first.
Let me ask you this question real quick, right? For the same people, right, who enslaved us and lied to us and did all these kind of things to us and made this system that was built against us. Now we're going to go to a Library of Congress, right? And we're going to say that there's proof that they have that lied to us, enslaved us. It's undisputable proof that we were already here when they didn't even know who they were or who the people here were in the first place. And that's why I say you just can't go to.
But you going off the website that white people make.
Yeah,
That's right.
Everything that you mentioned was made by white people. You was talking about even overseas. So how does that justify what you just said?
Right.
Because what
And
I'm
they have to
talking
keep
about,
legal records.
but in
Historical
Africa, in Europe,
Make it make sense.
I'm trying to make it make sense, my guy. Listen,
let's go to some books.
if you do your own research and don't just take one thing, it's just like with religion, right?
I'm not taking one thing, brother. I got 1,000 books in my house in the library.
And maybe 1,000 of your books are not reputable. Anybody can write a book. Do you
I got
understand?
1,000 of them?
blacked out through white.
Yeah, anybody can write a book,
Okay.
brother.
Well, then anybody can change anything on the internet. It's easier.
That's right.
All right.
Because you contradicting yourself over and over again. You literally chasing your own tail with everything you saying.
Hold on. This is the host talking. Relax. We got to get some order now. Listen.
My
we can
bad,
go
brother.
back
I'm
and
sorry.
forth. It's okay. We can go back and forth about indigenous, slavery, all this other stuff. What I want to know is, are you a foundation of Black America? Can you trace your lineage back to at least the 1870s? That's all that matters. All this who's who, what. Listen, when they say Black people own slaves, I don't want y'all to believe that lie, because Black people were buying back. We own slaves because we bought back our loved ones out of slavery. You understand that?
That's not always the case, bro.
That's not because you have the black boule, brother. That's the problem. We don't acknowledge the entire.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. You can't overtalk the host. I'm the only one allowed to overtalk. When I talk, just shh. Okay? We're gonna get through this. But we're not gonna sit here and have contention between who's indigenous and who's not, and we're not gonna have the color conversation. Black is the color. No, we're not doing that. We're uniting under one banner, and that's it. You're either a foundational Black American or you're not. Can you trace your lineage back to the 1870 census here in America? That will let us know who you are. We are a mixture of indigenous and African ancestry. That's who we are. We're not doing this division, this tit for tat. We got to get on code, y'all. The code is our leader. We don't have a leader in FBA. We follow motion. Whoever has the motion, we back them. And we don't accept outside leaders in our community. If you are Black and on television and you didn't come from the grassroots, you're not one of us. You're not rocking with us. We're not accepting sleeper cells anymore. We're checking your pedigree. Where do you come from? Who is your family lineage? Where are you from? Are you Jamaican? Are you African? Who are you? Are you Caribbean? Who are you? Before you come around us, we need to know where your family's from. If we didn't bring you up in the grassroots, we can't believe anything you say. Even when you're telling the truth, because it's probably a scam. So we're only recognize those who are coming from the grassroots. And how do you get connected with the grassroots? You got to get connected with the grassroots media. You got to be listening to brothers like 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie Nasheed, Professor Black too. You got to be plugged in. The new Black media, you got to be plugged in. You got to turn off CNN and Fox. You can't be listening to those people. That's not our media. We can't put our stock in them. We can't hear what they're saying. We can't let them tell our narrative. We control our narrative. We have to get on these social media streets and combat the propaganda that's coming from the mainstream media. Our people are under constant attack, and they're being propagandized, and they're under heavy witchcraft. We have to get them out. If they're lost in anything, they're lost in witchcraft and they're lost in propaganda, and we got to get them out. And the only way we can do that is by talking to the Black consciousness. Because the Black consciousness is what's going to set them free. You see that?
Gotta do our research. That's what tribe we belong to.
Can I please say something?
Let me pose a question to the panel. And I want everybody to answer this. Are you African? That's what I want to know.
I am African.
And I want to hear your answer. If you're African, you answer that. But I'm going to ask the panel: are you African? I want to know. Let's start with It's My DNA. Are you African, brother?
No, I'm not African.
What are you? Where do you come from? Where did your family come from?
Canada, America, Great Britain, Germany, and Scotland.
Okay. Can you trace your lineage here in the Americas?
Yes, I trace my lineage beyond the 1800s in America to 16.
So if we look down the 1870 census, we're gonna see some of your family members up there.
I got all of them right now. If you want to see it.
Okay, no, I don't need to see. I'm just asking. AC, are you African?
That's that. I mean, I'm just going to tell you what I think. Okay. I believe my ancestors came from Africa.
What does that make you African, though?
I was born in America.
Mm-hmm.
I have Indian blood in me. I have white blood in me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mixture of a lot of things, brother. But primarily, I believe that my roots are African.
Okay.
And I don't have no shame about that. I love Africa. I love African people. I don't have nothing against African people. I love my African American brothers and sisters. I don't have no, I just want to see us come together, all of us.
Why do you
That's all.
feel the affinity toward African and not black? When you're classified.
No, I don't feel an affinity towards either or. Are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Hold on, sir. I'm talking to AC. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Why do I feel an affinity towards Africa?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like that's my roots. I feel like that's my home.
How cold is that?
I don't know. I feel like that's where my bloodline began. I respect the fact that my ancestors suffered in a boat to get over here and lived and survived it. I respect that. I believe that. It's a part of me, and that's a part of who I am. The strong woman I am today is because of all the stuff that my ancestors went through to get me to where I am right now as a black woman in America. But I feel for my people here. I feel for my people, my heart, like I said, my black American people that have been here and gone through this struggle. And I just wish that Africans understood why we are the way we are, and a lot of us here in this country. It's not because we don't care. It's because of what we had to go through that they didn't have to go through.
Right. And
like Walter was saying.
Here's the thing you have to understand. Africans have a regalness about them. They're very regal people, right? They're very proud people, right? And they will look down on you because of your experience now. Now, they may not tell you that, but that's really how they feel because we've been listening to them. Even the ones who we rock with, we find out that they have some type of feeling that's adverse to us. Whether they want to acknowledge it or not, or whether they want to believe it or not, they have this "I'm better than you," and you're
because they're indoctrinated also in a sense.
They have a
with the fact
they've been colonized. That's why we can't rock with the African because we are Black Americans. So we had an ethnogenesis here. We've been here for 400 years, man. There's no way we can have an African mindset, and we've been in America for over 400 years. Okay, there's no way. We had an ethnogenesis. We had a spiritual disconnection from them also. Because of the trauma that our people went through, we have a different spirit that's unique on all the globe.
Right.
Right. I believe that.
Their spirit, we don't practice voodoo in our culture.
Right.
We may have people who start to practice it, but they're trying to learn the African ways. We have a different spirit. We actually have a God. We actually have the Most High God.
Right.
We actually have a God. And it's proven that our God is powerful because look at where we've come from and look at where we are.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've been a stiff-necked and stubborn people. So we got to take our lumps. We got to take our consequences. But that don't mean God has abandoned us. That don't mean he doesn't love us.
Right.
See, African, they got their God.
Right.
We have our God. It's a different God. They have a different practice in their culture that's not like ours. Haiti is suffering right now, not because of their liberation. They were rioting, they were doing their thing, but they reached to their African roots and drew upon the spirit of voodoo. And it comes with a consequence That's why their country, even though they got their freedom, is still a little bit in shambles, isn't it? It's not all the way repaired or all the way healed because they didn't do it the right way.
Right.
They had to seek on the powers of African and use voodoo to overcome the oppressor. And guess what? Voodoo will give you what you want, but it's gonna have a heavy consequence with it.
Consequences to it, yes, sir.
Heavy consequence, and they're suffering now, today.
Right.
They claim they were the richest country in the Caribbean. Well, look at them now. They went from the richest country in the world in the Caribbean to the poorest country. And that's not to denigrate our Haitians. That's just to point out what they did. And we rock when they were riders. 1804, give them props. Give them all the props, all the love for that. But how did you do it?
Right.
See, we as a people, as Black Americans, we stand on business and we trust in God. We pray like it's up to God, but we act like it's up to us. That's the Black American.
We're not lawless, brother. We're not lawless.
Can you bring her up?
Hold on, I will. Hold on. Let me go to land your plane, AC. But I just want you to understand that, if that makes sense. Now,
I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective, and I respect your perspective. I do believe there are a lot of Africans that I have met that are Christian and have Christian faith belief. I don't know what God, when you say, we have a God, I don't know if you're talking about Christian belief or what belief you're referring to, but a lot of
our ancestors, and we are connected to the Most High. We are connected to our ancestors, and we are connected to the Most High, and they help us. They give us direction. They tell us how we need to move and what we need to do. They help us fight systematic racism. They help us fight this system of injustice.
I believe that 100%. I believe that 100%.
Look at Lake Lanier. Right. Look at what's going on in Lake Lanier. It's our ancestors don't play.
That's right.
They want justice, and we got to make sure our ancestors get justice. Because if we don't, the rocks are going to cry out. I'm telling you. Our ancestors are real, and they are powerful. And you hear it in our music. You hear it. You see it when we do when we work, when we do any type of job or engineering or STEM or sports or entertainment. You see our Majara spirit. You see the spirit of Black Americans.
But don't you believe that has roots in Africa too much?
We have African. Listen, we have African ancestry. We're not acknowledging that. We're not acknowledging that. We do have African ancestry, but we cannot say that we are connected to the African continent because those tribes that we came from no longer exist, man.
Right.
No longer exist. Why are we going to be connected to a tribe that already is unalive?
Right.
We're a new people now. You know what the Samaritans were? Samaritans were a conglomerate of different ethnic groups, and they were an outcast, and they became their own people, and they became the Samaritans. We are like Jacob that they threw away, that they sold in slavery and threw him in the well and sold him into slavery. That's us. That's who we identify with. We're that unique people that traveled around the globe and nobody liked, but we had God.
Yeah.
We stand on business.
But I can say Joseph was thrown in the well and sold by his brothers in the but he never denied who he came from. He still was a Israelite.
Listen.
Huh? He still, and
we're the most undesired nation, though.
Wherever Joseph went, he built up that nation. That's us. When Joseph got thrown in the well, when he got sold into slavery and went to Egypt, Egypt became prosperous because of Joseph.
Joseph, yep. Yes,
exactly.
Sir.
America is prosperous because of Black Americans.
There we go.
Because of what our ancestors built. And we did it.
Right. So abundance is our birthright.
It is.
We don't.
Let me go to Moxie. Moxie, right. Are you Black?
Abundance is our birthright.
I'm sorry. Are you African? Are you African? Excuse me.
For me, my brother.
No, I'm talking to Moxie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I am not. I am from the Arawak tribe, and I'm also from the Cherokee tribe from my dad's side. And African American, that term came from Jesse Jackson and two other people who decided to call us here in America
Two
African
different
American.
landmass.
And no, we of course
Two
we
different
can't.
landmass.
Let her finish,
We
bro.
can't.
I'm sorry.
Don't
course
cut
we
her
can-
off. Let her finish, man. She got to finish. Y'all got to hold on. Go
I
ahead.
apologize. I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead, Moxie.
Of course we cannot say that we are not one with our African people over in Africa, but we are different. We were already here. So no, we just need to find our tribe here in America and run with that. Now we can't deny them or anything, but like I said before, they are with the colonizers, and they operate on that chain where when they come over here, they already have certain privileges that we are not privy to.
Right.
Cook, sis.
They got access. You mean they got access to things that we've been deprived of.
We're seeing it now. Immigrants are being prioritized. We know that. Let me go to Sweet Wolf. Sweet Wolf, are you? I already know the answer, but are you African?
No, the simple fact it wasn't called Africa, it was called 𝗂𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. So why y'all not asking, are we 𝗂𝗂𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀?
Thank you.
Somebody named Africa.
It's
What's
called African in the 1900s.
Because in the 1600s it was called 𝗂𝗂𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀. Why is they not calling themselves 𝗂𝗂𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀?
Because they colonized, they don't even know that Africa is
I
fairly.
understand that. That's my point. I'm trying to make it. You gotta let me.
Those are English words, though.
Okay, let her
They
finish.
some Portuguese words, but it was still not called Africa.
Right. Because it's English words.
It's Portuguese words, and it still wasn't called Africa.
Well, I'm just saying in English we know Africa. Well, as far as I thought it was just like English and stuff, sister. My bad. Yeah. But
It's the point that we be stepping over history when we use the common name that everybody goes for. No, we're not African. I'm a descendant of a turbulent. I'll probably be saying it wrong, but that's who I'm a descendant of. You know? I'm not a descendant of Africa because Africa wasn't around. It wasn't named Africa when they claimed that they brought enslavement over here in 1619.
I just said Africa because of the English, because of the spelling.
Yeah, hold on.
It was called Ethiopia too. It had many names.
Many names.
Right. For
And
sure.
in their skulls, many names.
My thing was they said in 1619. I'm giving you the year. You just want to push back like, I don't understand. But I'm giving you the year. In 1619, it wasn't called Africa.
Y'all find out a lot of y'all.
Well, I'm just saying that when we were talking, I'm not disagreeing with what you were saying, sister. So maybe I probably need to explain myself a little bit better. But
No, I was just, you gonna make me
No,
lose my
what
train
you
of thought,
brothers,
maybe.
what y'all really have to do is let the sister speak.
Yes, let her
You really
finish.
do just have to let her speak.
I be
Okay, for
forgetting what, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not being
sure,
rude. I just be forgetting what I was gonna, my point that I was gonna make, and I'll be trying to make it fast so I can move on.
If you can't
for sure,
help
sister. My
yourself,
bad.
mute your mic. If you can't help yourself to speak,
I'm sorry. No, I totally lost. It'll come to me later
No, you
on
were
if
talking
y'all.
about the original name and stuff like we were talking about before.
I understand, but I was talking about who we are
Okay.
also.
Yeah, I'm just excited.
And
'cause,
someone on the panel said that it was no proof that it was Black Americans here or Black people here in America before they started bringing on the enslaved Africans, and that's a lie. Everything can be studied and researched. If it wasn't, if they brought over, started bringing over enslaved Africans in 1619, so they say, because we all know it was before 1619. But since the chattel slavery, who was the people they deported in the early 1600s? Who was the free men? You forget that people been migrating all over the world. My thing with this Pan-African is when it comes to Black American success, y'all act like it's obsolete. Y'all act like it cannot happen. Y'all want to live on this stereotype and these false white lies, just the same as when the Southern white man changed the name and made everybody start calling another Black man Uncle Tom. It's like y'all join the majority of the fools instead of educating yourself on the reason why.
Right.
Oh wow. That
Oh,
part.
I mean, it's like everybody else. I've been heard that we powerless. If Black Americans was powerless, it wouldn't be no Pan African.
come
Nobody
on.
would be looking at Africa because if anybody else's voice is more powerless than Black Americans, their people would be at the spotlight.
Come on.
So the reason that people are looking at Africa is because Black Americans are powerful.
Right.
The
Come on.
reason
So the
that
power.
Africans, and the thing about it is,
Come on.
and I say this and I want everybody to realize this, Africans look at the white man, Africans and Caribbeans look at the white man as the white savior. We have programs in America that they could come over here and get sponsored just to be nannies. Just to be nannies. They have programs in the UK that they coming over there to be farmers where these people just giving their childs away. They look at the white man as the savior, and they have yet to debunk that mindset. Well, we don't look at the white man as the savior because he was either the overseer or our slave master.
Or the devil.
I mean, and I'm not saying all white, but it was majority of y'all because y'all seen it happen and y'all just say, it's wrong in your mind and you didn't do shit. But when they look at the white man, they look at the white man as a say because the white man come give them candy, they come give them goods and resources. They take in their home, they take them in their homes, and they show them the Western way, the Western way of living, and they think that's the greatest way in the world. That's why when you're looking at Africa right now, it has buildings and structures from people that was enslaved in America. They mimicking that shit, and they don't even know.
Right.
Come on. Come
They
on.
be over there giving the children rice and stuff. I remember when I was a child, I used to watch the
I don't
little
understand.
infomercials stuff. Yeah, they be
Everybody
giving
want a
children
piece
rice
of
and
being a
unhealthy
Black
food.
American. Everybody want a piece of being a Black American, but we can't be a piece of them.
Come on.
I concur.
And
Come on.
that's I'm gonna land my plane right there. Everybody
All
want to
right.
say I have some part, and this everything that Black American do, it comes from Africa, but we're not a part of the whole Africa. Shit, why in America North Africa is considered Caucasian white, but we're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna act like all Africa is black and Africa mean black. Africa has never mean black because they've been coming over here as Caucasian white. But we're gonna leave that alone.
Elon
the
Musk.
king.
Is
With
Elon
the
Musk
king.
African American?
We're gonna leave that alone.
I can't be African American when Elon Musk is African American.
No.
We're gonna act like we're gonna overlook what North American has done, and we're gonna act like they didn't have enslavement over there. But we're gonna leave that alone. Because I'm sick and tired of they want to disrespect because our history is more documented than they fucking history, but don't act like it cannot be found and studied.
So here's how we're going to do this. If Africa is the motherland, America is the fatherland.
But Africa has never been black. Black America.
Man, African don't got that motherland, man.
Okay.
I like that.
So we got a daddy, and we proud. We over here in America. This is our fatherland, and that can be the motherland. But we're gonna one up y'all because we're your big brothers, and we're gonna keep telling y'all that. And we don't care if you don't like it anymore. At first, we were being modest about it. We're like, man, we're not gonna throw it in their face. We're just gonna be modest.
You know, I don't even want to be big brother, big sister. I just want mutual respect. Mutual respect that we are doing better than what we've been doing.
Right. After we hear what these Africans think of us and really feel about us, and they're not trying to change, they're not trying to understand, you know, they're stuck in their tradition and culture.
Yeah,
they told us they want us to adopt their culture and leave our culture alone. That's the only way we can work with them is if we adopt their culture. And now we're going to say the same thing. We're saying, listen, the only way you can work with us is to adopt the Black consciousness. If you don't adopt the Black consciousness, we can't work with you. That's what we're saying. If you can't adopt the Black consciousness that's beneficial for all melanated people, then we can't work with you.
Right.
So Pan-Africanism is done. But Pan-Blackness, it's on. It's on.
Right.
Can I just ask a question?
Hold on. I'm gonna get to you. Let me go to cousin. Cousin, are you African?
No, I am not. I am foundational Black American.
Right there.
Okay. I just want to say greetings to the panel. Appreciate y'all honoring the words and letting the sister speak. She is one of our teachers that we like to listen to, and let her bring us some education. And what she brings forth are the things that we need.
Right.
You know, if I can only add to your list of studies, being the things that I have taken in. If you have not gotten in the neighborhood of Dr. John Henrik Clarke, you are mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
If you have not gotten in the neighborhood of Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan,
Oh, yeah.
all right. Now, if you can get under these brothers, then you can start to grasp the concept of how the infiltration of the African continent occurred. Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
I like to, quite honestly, I like to keep it simple and keep it in black and white. So I generally pose questions to my non-melanated brothers and sisters. Do you know when the first Western university was established? Most don't.
I don't know.
It was around 1150 AD. When the first African university was established was about 989 AD. Point being, the African continent has been educating the world since 1000 AD. All the knowledge that we are reacquiring, it has come from Africa. All of our Western philosophies, the start of civilization for the second time, all of this came from Africa.
Oh, wow.
Again, Dr. Clarke told us, explained it step by step, practically year by year, how it occurred.
Right.
Now, I'm not taking anything away from any other group. I've never been one to hate on anyone. But I am also not going to let you step over me and mine. Because what we have is a uniqueness on the planet.
Right.
Now, I will add that again. We're not against anyone. Our specific goal in, again, declaring FBA is financial.
Right. That's for Clark.
Specifically.
He talk finances.
It's specifically and uniquely finances. We're not saying you're not black. We're not saying that at all. But what we are saying is that you're not foundational black. Foundational black gets to sue the United States of America.
Right.
Our immigrant black brothers and sisters, who unfortunately, from my position and from what I've seen, generally in that 40, 45-year age range, they have no ties to that. So they can't connect to it, and they refuse to. And as the brother previously said in another panel, 20 years my junior. He said the 20 years that he wasn't on the planet didn't matter. Now, so when I tell him I'm 59 and he's telling me he's 39, but the knowledge that I acquired in those 20 years that he wasn't around didn't matter. I don't know how to change and work with that mindset.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's not that I would like to work with that mindset, but I don't know how to reach that mindset when you're saying that which came before you is irrelevant, but you want to take credit for everything that came before you. Yes, sir.
I always ask you, man, whenever you come up on this panel, I need you to tell our people how they can connect to the grassroots.
The new black media, Professor Black Truth, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. He puts a moment of truth out so you can start your day with some black excellence, black empowering thoughts.
That was a mouthful.
Say it again.
Professor Black Truth. Professor Black Truth, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. on YouTube. He posts.
I got you.
He posts every day. He's one of the brothers who's been at this for at least 15 years. So you can go back and listen to him anytime. They on there right now.
And then there's a brother named 𝗤𝗔𝗿 𝗫𝗂𝘁𝗂𝘁. You want to continue?
𝗤𝗔𝗿 𝗫𝗂𝘁𝗂𝘁.
𝗤𝗔𝗿 𝗫𝗂𝘁𝗂𝘁.
Right.
Now, if you can withstand, and I say this with honor, if you can withstand the fire, Saturday night, Sunday night, the Black Authority will post and do a live broadcast call-in. He'll speak on the subject topic. You want to call in and opine your opinion? Feel free. But I will forewarn you. TBA, the Black Authority, don't play.
Right.
It's shotgun shots to the head if you come in with some weakness.
Right.
Pity is not in his vocabulary. I'm tell you, like Major Payne said, if you're looking for sympathy, you better look in the dictionary. It's between shit and syphilis. Okay.
So there's 3 platforms you want to be on to connect with.
Now,
YouTube.
I also, excuse me, brother. I also don't want to forget Sister Vicki Dillard. Okay. Now, she may not necessarily be my cup of tea, but the sister is speaking and giving it to him. Okay. So this is the grassroots. This is our new black media grassroots. There are some other brothers out there that are up and coming also, but they are, again, disciples of our modern prophets and our modern teachers.
Correct.
And if you decide to become a part of, and I personally will say you probably already are, you just don't really recognize it. Okay. You too will soon be a prophet espousing the proper message, staying on code and keeping those around you on code. We do not have a leader. The leader is the code. Everybody, for lack of a better way to say this, everybody that joins the Islamic faith is not putting on a suit made by DuPont. Okay?
Okay, let me say this. I also want to throw, we can't, we as black people, we can't leave out our NOI brothers. Okay? We can't. No. We have to look into the Final Call newspaper. I think everybody should be buying that because that's black owned. That's black owned. And we have a man that loves the black people, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. Okay? And we all need to be tapped into what that brother is saying because that brother's been preaching truth for a long time. So we got to start supporting our people and not allowing the media to turn us against our people. We can't listen to the mainstream media. They're not going to tell us the truth. They're going to tell us their message and their propaganda, what they want us to hear and what they want us to believe. They want to control our eyes and they want to control our ears, but we can't allow that. So I also want to make sure that I give respect to the NOI, the FOI, them brothers over there. They've been marching, they've been on code for a long time. And I want to tell the black people, if they have anything that we can plug into that's black, instead of inventing a new system, we need to plug into what they already got going, or at least see about it, get about it, research about it. They got schools, or they got black schools that I didn't even know that we can go to. So we need to tap in. So I'm going to add in there. Make sure you guys are supporting the Final Call newspaper because it is Black owned. It is our people. Just because they're Muslim or they're NOI doesn't mean they're not our people. I want to throw that in there too. Business tycoon, are you African? Business tycoon, unmute your mic. Are you African?
No, I'm not. A Shemite cannot be a Hamite.
Okay. So are you a foundational Black American?
I guess you could say that.
Okay.
I've never been with Pan African, so go ahead.
Yeah. We're not with FBA's not with Pan African. We're not.
But I'm sorry. We'd like a little bit more direct answer. I mean, I guess you could say that. Have you at least given a look back into your family history, brother?
I sure have, brother.
Can you trace?
Okay, I'm not trying. I hope you don't take this as disrespectful, but you understand what we're trying to do, right?
I mean, I understand. I'm trying to answer the man question.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to come off as disrespectful.
I've been waiting.
Yes.
I'll talk to you later. I'm not taking offense to you, brother, so it ain't like that. I ain't coming up here with no malicious.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No, yeah. But I got questions.
Back to the 1870 census here in America.
I have not quite reached back to the 1870. I have, I literally have been online, and I did one tree myself.
Well, business. Didn't you get me to do some of your tree?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, brother?
Didn't you get me to do some of your tree? Because if so, you way past the 1800s.
Okay, well, we ain't do nothing yet, brother.
You gotta pull up on me. You gotta come see your tree update.
Okay. All right, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I like I said, I had got back to my great grandparents by myself, and I knew I needed some help because I didn't know what I was doing. So in that case, yeah, but go ahead to the next question. I'll say it like that.
Well, you said you got to your great grandparents. Like I'm stuck right there, brother. Can you break that down?
Well, I called my family, and then I had an aunt who had already done it on my father's side, and then I went to.
Where do they say their people are from? Where does your grandparents and your great grandparents say they're from?
Both of them are from
Mississippi. Your age.
Mississippi. Both of them are from Mississippi.
Okay.
Both of my grandmothers used to actually hang out together. Like they would come see me, and they would hang out together and cook, and then I would play with my cousins, and they would talk about the people that they knew from the two different towns. So both of them are from Mississippi because on my mother's side, the 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie, they own a 350-acre estate that was turned into a lake.
That's like my grandma now.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
They're from Mississippi. It was Natchez.
Well, my grandmother's from Grenada on my mother's side. I keep forgetting the town for
Caribbean in there. Okay.
my father.
Right.
It's kind of funny because I was listening to the lady earlier. She was talking about we don't like the Caribbean. My wife is from Jamaica, Kingston. So
it's not that we don't like the Caribbean. No. See, we don't denigrate other groups like that, but we call out their tethering. We got to call that out, brother. We got to call out
everybody though
that come over here and try to cosplay as Black and undermine them. But we have no issue with. Matter of fact, we're going to have a debate with the Caribbeans here pretty soon. I just needed to take a break from the African debate that we just had because my mind is like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like this, you know.
Okay.
So we're going to have another one with our Caribbean brothers and sisters, and we're going to find out what their grievances is with us, and then we're going to tell them our grievances, and then we're going to see if we can work towards a path of working with.
Can I ask you a question?
That could be a beautiful peace treaty.
We
I
have
love
a
that.
for
That's
Black
beautiful.
Americans. Make sure y'all click the link in my bio. We have a peace treaty for peace and prosperity among Black Americans. I want everybody to get it. Not enough people have downloaded. I can see who downloaded it, y'all. So not enough people have downloaded. It's free. Click the link in my bio. It's a PDF file. It's a treaty of peace and prosperity among Black Americans. We need that. We need to get on a code. We need to get in agreement, and we need to start mobilizing. 2025 is going to be a big year for foundational Black Americans. Okay, so get this treaty, because after this treaty, we're moving right into the think tank.
Quick question.
Think tank to solve our problems. Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know how to utilize TikTok to the capacity that the average person does because I don't really do panels and stuff like that. So do I click on your picture and then
There's
down?
a link
Now you gotta click his
right up under
photo.
my profile. There's a link. You'll see a link. It says link tree on there. Okay. You'll
Yeah,
click
slide
that
to the right, bro.
Right. You'll click that link tree link, and it's the very first thing with a PDF file. You'll click that link tree link, and it's the very first thing with a PDF file. You'll click that link tree link, and it's the very. Gotta fix that echo, brother. I don't know what you did, but you gotta fix that echo. Get off Bluetooth. Don't use Bluetooth on TikTok because it'll always give you feedback. Okay, Patrice Keita. Are you African?
I am African, and I'm actually from Africa. So
Oh shit.
What country?
Cameroon.
People need to mute.
Okay. So you are African. Okay.
I am.
So have you been in my live before?
I am. No, but I listened to you before. This is my second time actually.
Okay, were you listening to us when we had the FBA versus Africa debate?
Absolutely.
Okay. What did you give me your mindset? What conclusion did you come to after seeing the debate? Did you see both debates or just one?
I listened to all of them.
Okay. So give me your thoughts then, brother. Give me your thoughts as an African.
Okay, so I want to start by greeting the entire panel. I took my time to listen to everyone, and I want to be extremely careful to make sure I understand everyone's perspective. When I came off with I was just a lot of mixed feelings. From being hurt to disappointed to, I just want to make sure, I joined the panel because I wanted to offer some sort of nuanced perspective as far as what an African will see. The first thing is, although I disagree with, vividly with pretty much everything you guys said, I understand that it's important to, engage with people that you disagree with. That's how you grow. So from an African perspective, I wanted to make sure I start by saying, when we're talking about African, what kind of African are we actually talking about? Are we talking about Mandela African? Are we talking about Thomas Sankara? Are we talking about Patrice Lumumba? Who are we talking about?
You can only represent yourself. Don't be condescending on this panel, okay?
Well, I'm not.
You can only represent where you're from.
I'm not being condescending, and I apologize.
Said we not his people, man.
Hold on, you guys. Let him finish. Let him say it with his chest. However he says it. Let him say it. Let him stand on business. Don't cut him.
Sorry, bro.
Okay. Well, thank you. Again, I just want to clarify with a sister that I'm not being condescending. I apologize to her if I came off that way because that's definitely not my intention. So, me, for example, I'm from Cameroon. And from an African perspective, we West African people, for us, when we're talking about Black American, it is very sensitive to us. The reason why it is extremely sensitive for us is because every West African guy can actually, like for me, for example, I can bring you back to the city Douala where I'm from and take you on a 2-hour trip and show you exactly where, the slave were taken from. So for us, it's very real. People from South Africa, North Africa, East Africa cannot relate the way we can relate.
Hold on, let him finish, brother. Let him
I just
finish.
wanted to ask you what year that he's talking about.
Right.
I'm sorry?
You said you can take us back to when they was getting taken from Africa, and I said, what year?
No, I said
You can do that now. There's a door of no return.
No,
You
when
can
I
do
said
that today.
I said today I can take you to my neighborhood where I grew up in Douala, Cameroon, and take you on a 2-hour trip and actually show you, because those areas are well preserved for tourism, and show you exactly
what year.
Oh, they say.
What year? He's asking what year. He's asking
I'm
what
asking what year.
I'm not trying to understand the question.
I really want to hear what he's saying, please.
I got y'all, but I'm just simply asking him what years you're referring to. That's it.
He's referring to what year?
2024.
What year was on
2024. I can take you right now to
Yeah.
like I can take you there today and show you exactly where those areas are.
Right. But can you tell us when it happened?
That part.
It started happening what in 1400s?
Yeah, now you're going off of that narrative. Can you prove that? You couldn't even answer that the first 6 times I asked you.
We're not here
Can I finish? I'm happy.
I'm gonna go on mute. He's telling these lies about some shit that never happened.
to debate that. We're not here to debate that. Wherever you're trying to take it, and
Thank you.
we're not standing on your soapbox, brother. This is not your live. If you want to start that live, you go start that live and talk about that over there.
Chuck, this is the reason why we still got this problem, because y'all let them say anything. This nigga lying.
Brother, go
No, he's not. He's telling you where the act of slavery actually took place and occurred in that country.
But he said
That is what
everything
he is
has time.
talking about.
Everything
He
has
is
a
not
time.
talking about anything in America right now.
let
But
this
he
man
didn't know when.
finish.
Yes.
Give him a chance to say it, brother.
Let
Give
this
him a
man
chance to finish what he's saying.
Stop interrupting. Nobody interrupt this
Thank
man.
you. Thank you.
Let him speak.
Tell him to be a little bit more
He has
specific.
the
then.
floor. Do not interrupt him. Okay, I'm the host. Do not interrupt him. If you have a problem, just mute your mic. Let
Sorry, bro.
this
Sorry about
man
that.
say everything he needs to say.
Without being interrupted.
I'm gonna give everybody a chance to do this. Nobody's gonna cut you off, so don't cut
They
me
cut me off twice earlier. I'll wait patiently. I apologize. I'm going on mute.
Well, sorry, big
Let
bro.
this brother speak. He has to finish. We don't want to lose his train of thought. We want him to speak. Give him his chance to speak, and then we can come with questions later. But use some mental power and remember, right? Just make a mental note. I got this question. Write it down if you need to, and we'll come back to it. But let this man finish. Go ahead, Patrice.
All right, thank you. So, the city I'm from is called Douala, and the city I'm referring to is called Bambi. So I can take you to Bambi. If you take a flight to Cameroon right now, you go to Bambi, you will see the change. The names are still written there and everything like that. They are there. I'm pretty sure a guy from Nigeria can do the same. I'm pretty sure someone from Congo or us West African can do the same. So for us, it is very real and it's a very sensitive topic for us. So the second thing I wanted to point to is that, by my calculation, I may be a little bit off on numbers, but by my calculation, we have about 3 million Africans from Africa and America. Well, the West African population is about 450 million. So if you do the math on that, the percentage is about less than 1%, probably 0.6, 0.7%, somewhere around there. And I thought it was extremely unfair to base an opinion about African based on an opinion of probably less than 1% of people. If we're assuming that, let's just go with the narrative and assume that every African in America are actually anti-Black African, anti-Black American, which I disagree with that. But let's just assume that that was true. That's still less than 1% of West African people, though. And I think it's very unfair to have that opinion based on such a small percentage.
Hold on. Okay, you gotta mute your mic. Your mic is hot. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead, Patrice.
So I thought that was very unfair. Now, based on my personal experience, I'm not sure if you guys, again, I don't want to be condescending, but I'm not sure if you guys ever traveled to West Africa. Black American are loved. I'm not saying it's 100%, but they are loved.
Hold on. Don't mute him. Unmute your mic. Don't mute him. Let him speak.
I have a delay. I thought that that was a long time ago. It was a delay. It's a delay on me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Patrice, go ahead and unmute your mic, brother.
I apologize.
Okay. So what I was saying was that Black Americans are actually very loved in West Africa. Like, I'm not sure where the conversation, this contention came from, but Black Americans are extremely loved in West Africa. I understand the current climate in America, but that is not the reality in Africa. That's number one. And if you have read any book about, West African people or Black American people, we all understand that you guys are, when it comes to cultural influence, I don't care if it's politics, economic, everything else, Black American actually lead all Black group on the globe. It is not even close. So I don't know where this like, no, I'm African, born and raised in Africa. I never seen anybody disagree with this narrative or whatsoever. Black American, and I feel like when you are the leader, because whether you guys want to agree or not, you guys are actually the leader when it comes to all Black group on the globe. It is factual. Whether we go by political accomplishment, we can talk about MLK, Marcus Garvey. We can talk about Malcolm X. I mean, you guys actually. I can go as far as say, if it wasn't from Black American, if I'm being honest, apartheid would have still existed in Africa, because it's the Black American community who actually pressure Congress to pass law to sanction the South African government at the time to end apartheid down there. So if you are somebody if you're an African and you are educated, you understand all that. You understand the importance of Black American on planet Earth. You want to talk about music, you talk about athletic, you want to talk about fashion, you want to talk about, politics, you want to talk about economic. You guys, African Americans are worth what? 2 trillion or something like that. I don't even think the entire West African people, 450 million, you guys are only 45 million here. It's worth 2 trillion. So again, I just want to make sure that we are careful, because again, when you wear the crown, I just feel, from my perspective, that it is your responsibility when you wear the crown to unite everybody else. I'm not saying we're going to agree. We may not agree, but as the leader, I just feel like your perspective was a little dangerous, because it's like.
Well, let me say this, Patrice. This is the fatherland. Y'all the motherland, we're the fatherland. What you're saying is true, and don't think we even coming back. I kind of, I'm not gonna say I lost it, but I kind of was triggered, maybe minor a little bit in there. I don't know if anybody could tell that I was triggered, but I start calling out the tethers. I start calling them musty tethers. I was just getting, after hearing what they, and it's really, I thought it was just the young brothers, but they're being indoctrinated by somebody. See, here's what we know in America. You're not born a racist. You're taught to be racist. We know that in America. You're not born with anti-Black hatred. You're taught to have anti-Black hatred. Okay? You're taught to be a bigot. It's passed down from one family member to another family member.
Mr. Too Much, can I drop and get a video, because I like to share with Mr. Patrice, and I do apologize for me and you. I thought you was the Black American speaking over you. I do apologize, but can I drop and come back? I need to get a video, because I want to show him what everything. When we say everything he say, we get a pushback, right?
Right.
And we've been saying everything he just got finished saying. And that's been my whole point. I only speak facts. I only speak history.
Okay, drop and I'll bring you back up. And I'm
going to go get a video, and I want y'all to listen to this video, and it's going to be in line of everything.
Okay. So, yeah, go ahead and drop and come back up. So, what it is that's going on, and what we're saying is there needs to be some education on that continent and in a lot of these African countries. There needs to be some type of education that teaches the Africans when they come over here how to deal with Black Americans, how to assimilate into what we're doing. Instead of having that mindset, I'm just going to make my money and send it back home. And that's cool. We're not against that. You can do that. That's fine. You pay your taxes here, do what you want with your money, right? But understand, we have a Black community here. And it would be beneficial for you to plug into the Black community and invest in the Black community.
Right.
It would be beneficial. Okay. And we're not here to paint all Africans in one light, but we do have to call out the tether class that keeps making it over here. and they keep bringing those ideologies that are weird to us. Like, what did he just say? We don't
Can
need
you
reparations?
understand? Can you understand that distinction, Patrice?
I do understand that very, very well. I get it. One thing I want to say is that as a Black American, knowing your own history, the things that you have to go through to free yourself from, oppression and things like that. I think one thing that I think maybe you guys don't understand is that Africa, for the most part, is still colonized. I mean, heavily colonized.
Oh no,
But
we know that.
so
We
I'm
know that.
talking
We
about, I'm
We see
talking
the
about,
mindset. We see the
right,
mindset that some of these tethers have. We understand it's a colonized
brother,
mind.
yeah,
right.
brother. No, that's not hidden from us in any
So
way.
that's why we
So,
can't work with it. That's why we have to go to the Black consciousness, because the Black consciousness will destroy the colonizer's mindset. That's the only thing that can destroy the colonizer's mindset and the colonizer's system of white state supremacy. It is the Black consciousness. That's why we need y'all brothers to learn from the Black American and pick up and get around this Black consciousness. And you can do the same thing as what's that dude, 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie in Ghana?
right.
Took back the Black consciousness back to Ghana and help liberate Ghana.
But
We
brother,
want y'all to take this Black consciousness that we have as 12 to 14% of the people here and take that back to your homeland and start turning tables.
I'm gonna be honest. The only reason why I know what I know is because my grandfather actually fought in World War II, because that's the part of history that nobody talks about. He fought next to the Allies, Americans and French, and he fought World War II. My grandfather actually fought World War II, and when he got back from the war, he was never given anything in Africa, right? So my father was always salty about that. So I grew up with my father literally telling us verbatim to hate white people, literally. So anything white was rejected from in my family. That's how I was forced to learn what I know. But what I want to tell you is that colonization is not just like, literally, if you go in Cameroon, when I'm from right now, there's still boot on the ground in terms of military presence, heavy European military presence. It's also mental. So we are not allowed to print our own money in Cameroon when I'm from. In Congo, they're not allowed to print our own money. Everything is printed and managed from France. Just imagine your entire existence being managed by a foreign country. So that's where we're from. If you go to my country, for example, if you walk on the street, 5 women probably 6 out of 10 are bleaching. So these are things that will let you know that we are colonized. So I think that sometimes we have to be fair and say, well, I'm not saying you are completely free, but you are years ahead of us as far as your mental freedom and where you are as a Black American. So I think we have to be a little bit patient and understand what, Africans are dealing with on the ground. The reason why I'm in America is because I can't make it where I'm from. I can't. I left there because I don't care what an African tell you or I came. No, the reason why we are here is because we can't make it where I'm from. I got to be transparent about that. I can't. I would love to see an African who can prove me the contrary. We can't make it where I'm from. We can't make it where we from. So knowing that, I understand why somebody who is from Cameroon, who is still in Cameroon right now, would believe everything they believe about African American and things like that, because honestly, I don't think they have any options. They don't have any option but just to eat up whatever they're being told, because we are literally, our entire life are managed by Europeans. Our entire life is managed by Europeans. That's why I had to run to come here. So I wanted to just provide a perspective from an African guy to explain that if you ever see an African talking down to you, it's going to be somebody who was born and raised in America, number one, or who moved in America in the last probably 50 years or so, because they just don't know better. I don't think these brothers talking like down to y'all know better. I don't think they know better. And I
want to believe that they don't know better, but I can't believe that. Not with social media. not with all the information we have today. Just like we know as Black Americans that not all Africans are living in mud huts. We know that. I've been to your continent. I know. It's beautiful. There's beautiful land out there. It's a beautiful country. The people are beautiful. The culture is beautiful. Everything is on point.
But that's some of us. That's some people are still not awoke.
Yeah, but for some reason, when you guys come here, just like we know that our media is lying to us, you got to know the same thing, brother. That if the media is lying to the people here, what do you think they're telling you guys? If the media is telling us that all you guys have flies and hungry and poverty and that you guys are down bad, and then the media is telling you that Black Americans are gang members, violent, all lazy, whatever they want to tell you. But then you look with your eyes because you're hearing this and they're showing you visuals of stuff. But when you come over here, you see Black Americans are thriving. We're dominating pretty much everything they allow us entry into. We dominate. We have 2.5 million millionaires in our country that are Black Americans, okay? We got the most millionaires out of all ethnic groups outside of white. That should tell you something right there.
And we have the most college degrees.
The most college degrees.
Actually, that's the Chinese sister. That's not Black people.
No, we have the most college degrees out of any Black immigrant in America.
The most educated people are the Chinese people.
No, you mean student loan debt.
This is a side issue. This is a contentious side issue.
The most people who, if you go actually count the numbers, take down the percentage, and you see how many Black American hold college degrees, how many Black Americans have doctorate degrees, master's
degrees.
degrees.
And they are still economically castrated.
It doesn't matter. Black Americans are living in middle class, upper and lower class. We have historically numbers.
We don't have a high percentage of middle class people.
But
we
have you
have historically numbers
people
who
who
working class.
Hold on, we can't all talk.
I know you're negative, but I know a negative.
I'm not negative. I'm real. I look at the facts and tell you what they are.
I know the
But
facts.
how many
I work
people
with the
use
facts
what they
every
went to
day.
school for?
I do too.
And
I
put it
work
to work
every
and
day.
then
I
come
see
out
the
and pay the
pictures
debt
about
off.
the facts.
Hold on. So this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to go back and forth over nothing that means nothing. She said what she said. She was correct in what she said. Okay? And that's it. What are we arguing about? What are we going tit for tat? This is a stupid thing to make a conversation about and go back and forth on. They're just stats. They're just numbers. You can't argue numbers and you can't argue stats.
Then how do we know she right, brother?
I did the math. You can do the math too.
I did. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I get up every morning and I get in the market
Go do the
and
math.
I do research.
It won't take you no time.
Okay,
You
so
know how many
But I did. That's why I said what I said. I wouldn't refute you for nothing.
Hold on, everybody. What are you talking about? Give us tell us the context and what you're talking about. What are you talking?
I mean, it's okay. So it's just like this. It's just like what do they call? I apologize,
brother. We don't got time to go around the bush.
My thing is this.
Hey, why do I keep getting muted,
He's
man?
in the wrong group because we're talking about our people, and he's saying, "Oh no, the Chinese is,
I don't know where that came from. I'm like,
What did I say about Chinese?
No, I said that. I said that the Chinese are the most educated people with degrees. That's what I
that's
said.
not true. The Nigerians are the most educated out
The
the
women
immigrants.
got the most
You are
degrees.
in the wrong group.
The women got the most degrees.
Well, I can't say something that's different than what we supposed to believe as a false narrative.
Listen, where are you getting your information from, sir? That's the question. Where are you getting your information?
Actually, I use Yandex. I don't use Google because I realize that like we use false propaganda. It's just like me saying that Jews actually funded and controlled slavery, and nobody speaks on that. And then nobody talks about the Black Boule and how they run the whole system. Right. Here we go. So we don't want to talk about that.
Hold on. Have you been to my live before? Is this your first time?
Yes, sir.
Then that's why. Because we talked about it. That's why.
My DNA,
we know about the divine.
Why do you keep saying my name? Like my DNA ain't say shit.
Hold on. I'm talking. I'm the host. Hold on. We know about the Boule. We know about the Divine Nine. We know about the gatekeeping that they're doing. We don't rock with them. We, as foundational Black Americans, we have delineated from the Democratic Party, and we definitely don't rock with no Boule. because your allegiance is not to your lineage. If your allegiance is not to your lineage, we don't rock with you. If you are a foundational Black American and you're LGBTQ and you put your foundational Black American first, we rock with you. But if you put your LGBTQ first, we don't rock with you. That's what we're
Oh, wow.
We don't rock with you. If you put your gender before your lineage, we don't rock with you. We're saying put your lineage first. We are Black first. If you're not a foundational Black American first, we can't even trust you.
Can I ask you a question?
Somebody else.
Yes, let's ask some questions.
Man,
Okay, well, what do you consider Black?
I just told you.
that's a descriptive
I
word.
just told you.
That's a descriptive word.
Hold on, he asked me
I
a
just want to see
question.
some black
That's not
skin.
nationality, though.
Let me tell him what it is.
It's not nationality.
Black
Hold
light.
on, brother. We're not listening to that indigenous Imhotep.
I didn't
No,
say
I'm
nothing
saying.
about no indigenous
No,
stuff.
no, that's a
I just
Chinese
asked,
person.
what do you consider
I'm
Black?
trying to answer the question for you, brother.
No, everybody talking over you, brother. I wasn't
if
trying to come
everybody
at you.
be quiet, I can talk. I'm about to start dropping some people. Control your mic.
Yeah, it's
Have
not even
some-
worth being here,
have some
bro. I'm out of here,
decorum on my
dog.
panel,
Keep it 100.
please.
This shit bullshit.
Have some decorum on my panel. If you think it's bullshit, then
Hey, they out
No,
here.
because
Let me
you know
help
what?
you.
You know what? When men addressing you, you ain't listening, brother, on everything. You got your mindset on what you want to believe, but I'm just saying,
brother,
Yeah.
I don't got time for that. Brother. You've been over talking, and I was trying to get to you, but you're not going to disrespect my panel, brother. Go start your own panel. Now let me answer the brother's question. He asked me, what is a foundational Black American? What is Black? What is Black anyway? Foundational Black American. If you're connected to chattel slavery and you're indigenous to this land, then you are a foundational Black American. If you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, then we know who you are. You're a foundational Black American. If you can't trace your roots back here, you're probably not a foundational Black American. That's why we have to put the foundation on top of the Black American, so there's no confusion on what an FBA is.
Okay.
We know there are other Black immigrant groups. Now, this is my personal opinion. I don't call them Black. They are Haitian. They are Jamaican. They are African. That's who they are. Okay, that's who they are. That's what I don't even call them Black. We're Black. We're the ones that coined the phrase "I'm Black and I'm proud." We're the ones that said Black is excellent. We're the ones that said Black is beautiful. They weren't saying that until we said it. We had Black proper. We're the ones who's classified in America as Black. They're not.
This is so sad.
The thing about it is,
I'm gonna start dropping anybody who starts bringing that I'm indigenous Indian stuff up in there. This is not that meeting. Go have your own meeting.
Who in here said anything about being
Black
indigenous?
American
The word
business
black.
right now.
We're talking about the definition.
This is the real topic right here. Pan-African versus pan-Blackness. That's what we're talking about, the Black consciousness right now, brother. When we say Black, we're talking about the Black mindset and the Black consciousness. We're not talking about the Black color.
Mr. Too Much. Notice when Mr. Patrice stated everything I just stated about the success of Black Americans, nobody pushed back. But as soon as I said it differently, excuse you?
Brother, stop interrupting. This is the last time. I'm gonna drop you.
When you gonna give me my chance to talk? Bro, I've been waiting all this fucking time.
Brother, you gotta be patient. That's what you gotta do. You gotta be patient, brother. This is not your panel. I run my panel different, brother. You gotta be patient. If you're up here, if you got a problem with waiting, just drop.
I was the first one on the panel. I've been waiting the longest.
Brother,
Okay, let me play my video, then I'll let you talk. My video is just for a minute, okay? I was just leading into it. But it's the attitudes like the gentleman above, you know? And Mr. Pitt, I thank you for speaking truth today, Mr. Patrick, whatever your name, Pat. I'm sorry to mispronounce your name. But this is what we hear as Black Americans and as people who ancestors and family members fought for civil rights, whose people who've been over here doing Jim Crow, doing the Reconstruction, whose people was lynched, unalive, and genocide, whose burial plots don't even have names on it because they have buildings and apartments on it. We hear this when we're on social media. We hear this when people join the panel and they hear, okay, this is for FBA. And we hear that y'all proud to be where you're from, but you're here in America and this is what you spread. And this, hold on. Mind you, this is an African speaking.
Do you need the video? Turn your camera on, or are we just
I can turn my camera on. I can turn my camera on. Hold on. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
Held slaves in this country, they will turn around and buy each other. You think if Jews were held as slaves in this country, when it was over, they'll turn around and buy each other? You think if Jews were held as slaves in this country for long and they were set free, emancipation, they would even try to kill each other? They would never. It would be the most loving environment you would ever work, because they would become very united. What do? Oh, sorry, we were brainwashed. We were taught how to kill during slavery. That's what we say. What you're saying is telling people that we are so stupid. You know, there's a saying, a story that is bogus. I know it's bogus. That in the 60s, the FBI planted crack in black neighborhoods. That's why we became crackheads. Maybe the FBI, since they deal with human profiling, they know already that you would use it. Because if they had poured the same thing in Jewish communities, the Jews would walk past it, even at a discount price. They won't take it. If they had poured the same thing in the Korean communities, they won't take it. In the Chinese community, why did you take it? You're telling your kids that your forefathers were stupid, that you saw poison and you took it. That's what you're teaching children.
So my point in showing the video is this is what the stereotypes and the lies that y'all spread. And notice he kept saying we, as if his family and his ancestors was enslaved over here in America, that his family and his ancestors went through Jim Crow. His family and his ancestors went through the history of our people who stood toe to toe, who dressed up in their finest clothes, thinking it was going to be their last day to go toe to toe, to march and to protest for the civil rights. They put their lives online. They got bitten by dogs. They got pew, they got lynched. They got ran after their land. Their whole family was hanging from the tree. And if a white tea person helped them, that white tea person was hanging from the tree, from the opposite tree, because they would not hang them from the same tree. And you think they only did it to Black Americans? They did it to the Koreans, the Japans, the Mexicans that was in America too. They didn't just have signs that say no color was allowed. They said they had signs no Jews allowed, no Italians are allowed, no Mexicans allowed, no blacks allowed. But when y'all come over here, y'all don't educate yourself on Black American history, but y'all try to judge our challenge when we was enslaved in America to what y'all oppressors and colonizers done after we was freed. And you want us to say it has never been a read when you have people like this gentleman and the younger gentleman saying that Black Americans has done nothing when Black Americans was on the line for civil rights in America. That's why you could come over here and don't have to experience discrimination. Don't have to, you can go into any stores, and if anybody disrespects you, you can open up your Black American invention and start videotaping it. 9 times out of 10, they have a Black American invention, videotaping it already, because it was a Black American woman who invented the CCTV cameras with audio. But
Let me say this right quick, sister, if I may.
Yeah.
Patrice, you mentioned while you were speaking that you recognize that Black Americans were further ahead than our African brothers and sisters in their journey towards freedom and independence. What I guess I'm trying to get you to understand, or get the other cats to understand, is that yes, you're right. We are further ahead. So we're not equal in this particular journey. And you should be following us, and not necessarily you per se, but those who are speaking against us, the tether class.
The tether class, exactly.
The tether class is specifically and exclusively the tether class. They don't know enough, and they're coming over here and they're undermining everything that we do. But that is not a game. This message of division and delineation is not to every African brother and sister. It is only, and again, exclusively to the tether class.
And if you see this, I'm giving y'all a way back in. We're saying we're not going to adopt the African mindset, but you can adopt the Black mindset.
That's
And that's how we can work together. Hold on, but I'm gonna get to you because you want to say something, and I want to hear what you got to say. And yeah, I want to hear what you got to say, brother. So hold on. So this is the Black consciousness that we're talking about. We are not Pan-African. We are Pan-Blackness. If you don't have the Black mindset or the Black consciousness, how can we work together? Especially if you're going to call yourself Black. I'm a Black woman, but you're from East Africa. I'm a Black woman, but you're from Nigeria. You're from the Caribbean. If you want to be Black, you have to have the Black consciousness. If you don't have the Black consciousness, I can't even recognize you as being Black. Because I know what Black is. I was born Black. I was born into this thing. I was born into this struggle. I know what it is to be Black. I have the Black consciousness. It was passed down to me from my father. So you can't tell me what Black is, but I can tell you what Black is. Because I am Black. I am a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American. So this thing that we don't have culture, we got to stop that. You got to educate your brothers over there in Africa to not come over here thinking that we're down bad, when we can clearly see that they're down bad. No disrespect, but we can educate you if you want that, but we can't educate someone who comes in with these weird ideologies and looks down on us because of something that happened 400 years. We're not generic anything. We're not generic Africans. We're foundational Black Americans. We had an ethnogenesis. We had a spiritual ethnogenesis, okay? We're not the same people as our forefathers were when they came over here. We're a unique and prosperous people, and you see it. Our work is not hidden behind, we don't hide our hand. You see what the hell we're doing. You see how we stand on business. Everything we've done in this country has been documented, has been studied. You want to know what's going to happen to your community? Look at the Black community, because it happened to us first. They vaccinated us first before they did it to y'all. And look how resilient and look how strong we still are. Do y'all know it's a lot of Black people, we don't get sick like that. We just don't get sick like that. Man, I can't tell you, man, listen, I can go 3 years without going to the doctor. We have strong immune system, and they know that. They want our organs. They want everything we got. They want our melanin. They want our DNA. They want all of it. They're trying to figure out how to get that into their system so they can live longer. We are, man, listen.
And too much.
Go
Yet
ahead.
we're being told that our high blood pressure and diabetes and everything that we suffer from is genetic.
No, I mean,
and I don't believe it.
Yeah, so
I believe it's like they're trying to make us believe that and buy into that.
Listen,
a lot of it is our
this is what they're doing to us, and we
our
all
lifestyle.
Americans have a case against the FDA and the pharmaceutical company. We all should sue them and get them up out of here.
Someone said that's a D lie. Can I say this about the medical field? You might want to look it up. Black Americans in the medical field. You might want to research why we still under that. And it is 2024. Why do they feel like Black people, 50% of the doctors who graduated feel like Black people pain level is higher, that we can accept more pain? You is getting a doctor into a system, a racist system, and you feel like because you're African and you immigrated over here without educating yourself on that system, that the system is correct when the system being flawed.
Yeah, we can tell you that straight up. Listen, they're putting plastic in our food. okay, which causes cancer and all type of other things. They're putting aluminum in our food, which means that a lot of us are going to get dementia later on, because the higher the aluminum is in your brain, that's what causes dementia, okay? They're putting chloride in your water, okay, and they're putting estrogen in your food, which is harmful to men. You wonder why there's a lot of effeminate men running around here? Well, men, let me tell you right now, if you're 14 years old, if you're 16 years old, if you're 18 years old, you need to be taking testosterone pills now, because you have to combat all that estrogen that you're eating in your food. Estrogen is harmful to men, and too much estrogen can become harmful for women. Men, especially black men, you need to be on testosterone pills. Don't wait till you're 40. Get on it now. Trust me when I tell you, get on it now. You see this right here? It's that ashwagandha. You need some of this. Get you some of this sea moss. Take it every day. Trust me, you'll thank me later. But they're doing things to harm us in our food, y'all. And we all got a case against the U.S. government.
Too much. I want to thank you for this panel. I'm gonna have to probably go in a few, but I just wanted to say this on your behalf. I don't know you. I never met you before, but I just want to say I was on a live yesterday that had half as many people on it than you have on here right now, and they had twice as many likes. So I think we can start. This is one way we can support each other in our community by just tapping that screen and liking the post. I mean, even if we don't agree with everything that is being said, this is how we support one another. Little things like this in our community, this is how we support one another. Just like it. Just like it. Just tap it. Don't cost anything, right? And I want to say, Patrice, thank you so much for sharing that perspective from Africa and giving me another perspective of how people see us. Not everybody believes like you do, I'm sure, in Africa or that come over here, but it's just good to know that people there or know the plight or think about the plight that we have had here in America and what we have gone through, because y'all lost people too. When the Africans were sent over here to America, there was suffering over there too, because that was people's family that was taken away. That was people's loved ones that was lost. There was suffering that went there just as much as it was that was going on here. I can't say just as much, but it was because it was really bad here. But, there was suffering that happened in Africa. There was a loss. Africa took a loss too. We took a loss here by being brought here. So I thank God for all of y'all, my brothers and sisters. Y'all beautiful. I love this, and I will be back on here again, and I will support you the best way I can, brother. Thank you too much.
Yeah. Do me a favor, download the treaty in my bio, please. Just download the treaty in my bio, please.
Will do.
Too much.
It's in my DMs.
Too much.
Go ahead.
Can we let that brother speak, man? He's been sitting there for a while, man. He's been patient.
We're gonna let him speak right now, but I gotta speak to something that she said. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead. We're gonna hear what you got to say. You got the floor. It's my DNA. You got the floor, brother. What do you want to tell us? Black is a color. Black means death. What do you want to tell us, brother?
Yeah, you see how you want to downplay what I'm saying, but I say
what do you want to say, brother? Because I've heard it millions of times.
I got you, bro. I know you heard it before. I know you're triggered by indigenous people and all of that. Let me just speak to the people.
I'm not triggered by y'all.
Well, you highly triggered, bro, because we just speak about the etymology and the source of the word that you claim.
Brother, because that's not this live. If you want to speak about that, you can start a live and you can have everybody talk about the etymology.
It's even better than that.
People how to do their genealogy and track all that, bro.
Is it okay if I talk without being interrupted?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Every single person up here was able to be interrupted, right? I was able to talk without being interrupted. I was the first one.
Go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
Thanks. So when we speak about the source of these words that we just select and use so loosely without researching the etymology of
you need to get closer to your mic. You sound muffled as hell. You sound like blah, 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 blah. We don't want to hear that. Speak clearly. Get close to the mic so we can hear you.
Y'all been able to hear me all day. Now you can't hear me.
Brother, Am I lying? Am I lying? Does it not sound like that? Does it not sound like that? Say it again.
Hello, so now y'all can't hear me. I'm not. Hold on.
We can hear you now. Wherever you did now, we can hear you.
Nothing different. I'm just sitting right here looking you in your face, saying how many times I'm going to.
Brothers, we're not trying to be disrespectful. He's not trying to be disrespectful. He's only saying, please speak up.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go.
Great. So, as I was saying 3 times before, when we use these words, right, and try to associate them with things without researching the etymology or the source, it's kind of remedial when someone like me says, hey, that word means this. And he said, all that indigenous crap. All I did was bring up a dictionary definition. So when I speak like to someone who's from China, so you speak, they're not yellow or green. When I speak to somebody from Italy, they're not blue or black. Every single group of people in this whole world has a land, a nationality, and a people and a heritage and a culture. And it's been stripped away from us exactly the same way, substituting the word black for the true thing of who we are. We are not black. Even if you look at your skin, you're not black. Even if you look at all of the things associated with black ball, black market, black. So what I'm trying to say is the vernacular and the etymology has a lot of weight. When you say the word Jesus Christ, it has weight. When you say the word I love you, it has weight. It brings a value. So when you just saying all of these people, all of our ancestors, all of these things, and all of this is just black, when black literally means dead, it means destitute without light, it means atrocities, it's like a bruise, it's like a black dress, it's like a black shadow, it's like a black. See, these are things that y'all don't think, that y'all projecting over yourself when y'all, bro, like, it's okay, it's okay. You're doing a great job. So when people, police, bro, we brown. Not one of us, not any one of us. Don't come on, bro. Don't do that to me. Don't be condescending. Can you let me just finish, bro? So
I'm trying to let you finish, brother. Please finish, please. You're not saying anything I haven't heard before. You're not saying anything.
It's not about you right now. It's about the people that's listening to you. Let me finish, bro. My point is this: you say I didn't hear about this, and y'all up here trying to fight for this, and y'all saying we didn't come. All of us didn't come from Africa, right? But the moment somebody says that they didn't come from Africa, y'all niggas want to slap them back into being African or black. There's a lot of people in this world that never have set foot or have no type of DNA connection to Africa. So just because someone has a brown tone of skin, there's people on every single continent with brown skin. So you can't say that everybody's African. And if you say that everybody's African, then if everybody's African, then why the white people was not considered Africans? If everybody came from Africa, why is
this your first time in my life?
No, it's not the first time. I think you let me present my whole shit in here before. Like, what you mean?
Are you the brother from Philadelphia? Are you from Philly?
No, I'm not from Philly. I'm the brother that pulled up all the information and cracked this motherfucker open that morning.
Oh, you're the brother that came out with the list and was showing us. You're that dude, and then you switched your profile and you switched your profile again, and you came back speaking with an African accent. Is that you?
Yes, I'm serious about my people, bro.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Well, let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this, brother. Let me ask you.
Christ.
Listen, bro, you got it.
Can I say something?
Jesus Christ.
Respectfully, you know, I mess with you because I know who you are, but we're talking about delineation when it comes to Black Americans and it comes to the melanated people. So I understand you want to do that, but this is not the live for this. This is not the live for that.
You know what this live is about, but people keep on this black stuff, right? And I see people in the company. You know, they said,
right, I understand. I understand when it comes to the identifiers, but we are talking about delineating to better our community.
Kevin, will you tell them why we are foundational Black Americans?
Hold on, y'all. Before y'all get black shit in here, listen. What the host has.
No. We heard you, cousin. Please explain to him why we are founded.
It really is just as simple.
That dead shit alone, bro.
How does the United States of America categorize us?
That's the big problem. Walter Plecker.
No, the United States of America made this distinction, sir. Not us. Not us. The United States of America made this distinction, correct?
Let him tell you, brother. He's going to tell you again because you don't want to listen.
Black, colored, African American, Negro, colored.
Tell them again.
On the census, how are you categorized by the United States government?
Black, African American.
Thank you. Nah.
All of that. So what?
First started with black, correct, sir?
Y'all for the slave. Y'all want to be slaves.
Ain't nobody, you are.
Just tell him. Get to
please,
the
sir.
Just tell him. Just tell him.
Can I have a shot at it?
Hold on.
Again, the United States government has made this distinction. We have not made this distinction. The United States government made this distinction. We are trying to adhere to what the United States government has categorized this particular group of people as. The reason we are accepting the black aspect of our heritage is for financial reasons, and financial reasons only.
We're not the color black, brother. We never said we were the color black, but we do have a black consciousness, and that's what we're pushing.
And
right.
the reason
I hold on, Street. One second, because I understand where he's coming from. Because if you're talking about legalese, we were called freedmen after our people was
freedmen.
Right, I understand these identifiers when it comes to the black race, but it seems like people be missing the point. It doesn't matter if you want to be called a 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, American Indian. We are talking about, like you said, financial gain, right? So I don't understand why y'all always come up here and spew that rhetoric when we are talking about delineation. It seems like y'all are just so hyperfixated on a word instead of actually listening to the message that is being spewed. We're talking about the divestors within our community that is not for us.
Exactly. Everything she said. And I was just going to add on. It's because black is not a monolith. We don't have the same cultures in America. So you can be indigenous and you can be from the descendant of Africa or wherever you want to be descended from and still have lineage in America. We're all black. You can just look at history. When we look at the sale of Louisiana to the United States, Louisiana was going on classism, mulattoes, different ethnic groups due to skin tone because that was their way of living. But when they got over to being sold to the United States in 1803, all that changed. And then after 1865, and you can look this up in history, everybody went under one umbrella as we are all one for a cause. That's all we're doing now. We all need to get on this one umbrella because we are all one for a cause. We can still have our individual culture because we're not monolith. We're not trying to say your history or your lineage don't matter, but we all know.
Say it again, sister.
We're not trying to say your history and your lineage don't matter, but we're saying that your history and lineage is a part of the bigger Black American picture.
Come on. Yeah. That's very well put. Okay, we are united. We have many different tribes here in America. If you are part of the Black indigenous tribes or one of the Black native tribes, you're most likely foundational Black American. If you come from America, from the United States specifically, and you are a tribe here and you were part of there were civilized tribes and there were uncivilized tribes. The red natives, they got theirs. But if you were the uncivilized tribe, you didn't get yours. So if you want to get yours, you better align with us.
And you never understood why they call them the red natives, the red indigenous, why they had to put that skin tone, because they said copper. They also said that they look the same as the niggers in Africa. That's documented, but these people was red Indians. Or like I was explaining to some people from the Australia, you know how they still have their aboriginals. What makes you think that our aboriginals didn't look like that? We still have some of the same features, the wide nose, the wavy hair, the big lips. They consider themselves Black. We're Black too. They was called niggers. We was called niggers too. But when it comes down to the American bloodline, because we don't have the same bloodline, everybody, even us, we think we're the same people. We're not. We have different cultures here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
We have many different tribes here in America, whether you recognize them, acknowledge them, or not. Some of you people are part of a different tribe, and that's okay. But we're all foundational Black Americans, because if you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you are most likely 100% foundational Black American. You're part of the foundations of this country. We were here before there was a country. We built it up, and then it became a country. It couldn't have been a country without us. The YT people, they tried to do it on their own many times. They starved themselves to death. They became cannibals over here. They failed. And then they realized, man, we can't be out in this hot sun. We got to go get some Africans. We got to get these indigenous, these natives to work with us, to work for us. You know, there were sundown towns and there were sun up towns. Do y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
These people love to work in the dark. Why? Because there was no sunscreen. They needed us to build this thing. They couldn't have built it. They didn't have enough sunscreen. I don't even think sunscreen was invented back then. They couldn't build America. They couldn't build Africa if they tried. They need sunscreen.
And look this. Why is it just
them.
1% indigenous Americans? And when the last time y'all met an indigenous American?
I'm
Name the last time that y'all met an indigenous American in America. When you went to school with them, when you interact with them, when you work with them. I want us to answer, even the Africans who immigrated. Have you ever met an indigenous American?
Didn't someone say I'm one?
Well, I think one of them, Moxie.
correct.
Okay, what's going on? You say, so what tribe are you from?
Arawak.
I'm not talking about an Afro-Indigenous. I respect Afro-Indigenous. I'm talking about an Indigenous American from one of the tribals who is not Afro-Indigenous. Have you met them? Have you went to school with them? Do you hear their voices?
Yes,
Not before social media. Have you heard their voices before social media?
yes, because I'm Afro-Indigenous, and these are the people that I'm surrounded by.
I think she said not Afro-Indigenous.
No, she asked a question. She said, "Are we surrounded
I said not Afro-Indigenous because
she said not
I
Afro-Indigenous.
know that's what I'm saying, but I'm just clarifying that obviously, me as an Afro-Indigenous woman, I'm going to surround myself with Native Americans because those are people that are part of my family. Those are my cousins. I grew up going to school with Native Americans. I grew up with cousins that live on the res. Literally, my grandmother, right? She lived on the res, right? I grew up going to the res. So, yes.
No, I get that wholeheartedly. That's 100% acceptable.
And I understand that happened because I know Afro-Indigenous who do live on reservoirs. But my point in making is still rare. You're not going to run into an Indigenous American on an everyday base. You're more likely to run into an African.
That's not true.
It's true in my world. And that was my point. And I was trying to see who else world was it. That's
right, but it depends on where you live. Like if you live in Oklahoma and you live close to a reservation, there are going to be Native Americans that you see every single day. It just depends on the region that you live. When you're going to New Mexico, right? And you're going to Dakota and South Dakota, you're going to see them because predominantly that is the area that they are, let's say, in proximity with. So there's a lot of them. It just depends on the region that you live. Obviously, if you live in Atlanta, Georgia, you're not going to see them.
I live in Houston, Texas. My point my point is not common for Black Americans to run into Indigenous Americans. They have their majority cities. They have their majority people. The percentage of them in America is not a high percentage.
No,
But this
that's
is why,
no.
what
Can
we
I hold on,
think
Moxie? That's
about the,
not true. If you want to go on the history of the Black Americans that were enslaved, right? That actually integrated with these tribes. That's not true because we've always been around them. Again, it depends on the region that you live. Like you live in Houston, Texas. Obviously, you're not going to be around them all the time. But it depends on the region that you live. If you're talking about the northern natives, right? Not only that, if you're talking about the southeastern natives, because I'm Cato, that is the southeastern tribe. We surround ourselves around Black Americans. Go to Mississippi. There's reservations in the South that are in predominantly quote unquote Black American communities, right? So it's like we need to get out that mindset because that's not true. Black Americans and Native Americans have always been around each other. Literally, we integrated with them. Not only
It
that,
is not a
talk,
high
hold on,
No,
percentage.
I wanted to say
hold on
something
one
really
second.
quick.
1 second. Even when you're talking about the five civilized tribes, the ones that own, these African slaves. Not only that, like my people were free in the 1850s. Like I say all the time, the people that own my family was the Kellogg family, the cereal company, right? They integrated. They left North Carolina in 1850s, and they went down to Louisiana and integrated with the Native American tribe. It depends on where you live, because in Louisiana, in some places in Louisiana, there are Black American communities and Native American communities as well. So we can't say that because that's not true.
Well, I
so wait,
wanted to say, and I don't.
one thing that
Oh,
we
go
have to
ahead.
say first is the indigenous Americans and also the natives are different because indigenous Americans, they have been here. Native Americans are not from here.
Okay, go ahead, Amara Empress. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say is that I'm glad that Kiki said what she said because I don't like to make generalized statements, but there were quite a few um, Indian or Native American, what they would call themselves, people in the chat, basically denouncing that Black people are indigenous to this land and saying that we are not them and we have nothing to do with them. So I am glad that you stated that you have some positive experiences, and I don't know if this is just on social media. But I actually love it when the Choctaw people come up and have things to say about the Black Americans and how we're not indigenous. But you look up the leader of the Choctaw tribe, and he is a white tea man with blue eyes. So I actually think that their whole premise is
$5 Indian.
No,
nefarious
you're
and
absolutely right.
disingenuous.
No, you're absolutely right. Again, when you're talking about the five
Indian.
civilized tribe, when you're talking about the Choctaw, it just depends on who you are, because anti-blackness it runs rampant within the Native American community because we don't phenotypically present as the stereotypical view of what a Native American look like. For example, Choctaw in the comments, I always call him an Asian man because he looks Asian to me. But he's Choctaw and he's very anti-black when it comes to Afro-Indigenous people because he doesn't like the way our skin color and our skin complexion is. And it's the exact same reason why Afro-Indigenous people, we are fighting for our sense of belonging within these tribes. Literally a couple years ago, which nation was it? I think it was the Choctaw Nation. The Afro-Indigenous actually took the Choctaw Nation to federal court, because their ancestors actually kicked them out of the reservation because of the racism and anti-blackness. So there are still people that are fighting for a sense of belonging. We're talking about the Black Seminoles. Obviously, when you're talking about the Black Seminoles, they do have, let's say, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗄𝗏 heritage. There was a woman a couple years ago. She actually went to
tribe. It means runaway.
right, exactly. She was getting health care, and the Native Americans, these $5 Indians, they cut off her health care because they didn't like her skin complexion. So it's true, but I do also acknowledge my Native American cousins that fight for my sense of belonging on these reservations. So you're right. When you're talking about Native mamas, 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗏, you know who 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝗵𝘁𝗀𝗏 is, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝗁 is extremely racist when it comes to Black people in general, but he be on social media begging for our money since his house got burnt down, and that was our ancestors, by the way. So yeah.
Miss Kiki, but you made my point, and I tell you, I might not say everything correctly, but my point was you cannot tell. The reason the percentage of Native Americans or Indigenous Americans is low is because they kept reclassifying their identity. in America.
Mulatto.
They kept on reclassifying it, and it became Negro. Then it became Black also. That was my point. That was what I was trying to lead into. But I like when people talk because everybody get educated, and I do appreciate it. But that was my point.
Kiki, let me say this. First off,
Oh, yes, ma'am. I actually agree with you on the reclassifications, and that is a prime example why a lot of Black
Color
people
too,
cannot.
right?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why a lot of Black people we cannot trace.
That's one of the reasons why.
Coming in with a hot mic. You got to mute up, brother.
Oh yeah, I most
Choctaw.
definitely agree. Yeah, the Asian man. I'm sorry, I just really don't like him because he's really ignorant. Yeah, so I most definitely agree because these reclassifications is the reason why some of us we cannot trace our Native American or indigenous heritage. And when a Black person says that they are Native or indigenous, I really don't question them. Like I don't because it's not so far fetched to believe that. So I most definitely agree.
I guess I want to say this. First off, Sister
I
Kiki.
brought him up because Kiki mentioned him and he was in the request room. So let me give him a
Yeah, let me just drop this on Kiki right quick. Thank you, sister. I pray that your tribe gets their just rewards and all of our uncivilized native tribes get their just rewards from their brothers and sisters. So thank you very much for sharing that. I'll get quiet now.
All right, let's speak with Choctaw. Unmute your mic, brother.
Yeah. I heard a lot of misinformation. That's all I hear. Y'all don't understand, but reclassification happened to my people, not no African people.
Bro, shut up.
Hold on, let him speak.
That's the truth. During the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie era, during 1924 Racial Integrity Act, my people was getting reclassified in Virginia. We was able to change it back on our birth certificate. I don't know what y'all talking about. If y'all got reclassified, y'all could prove that y'all was Native or American Indian and get y'all status back on.
Newsflash, nobody ever said that. This is
him.
why I don't like him.
Don't mute him. Let him speak. I want to hear what he got to say. Unmute yourself, brother. Unmute yourself.
I don't know. Someone keep muting me. Nah, like I say, then 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie era, my people, the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶 we was getting reclassified. During 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗃 era.
What were y'all reclassified to?
They changed our birth certificate. They changed it to colored or
How you don't know?
YT. Either YT or colored. We was able to go back in court, Supreme Court, and change our status back to Native or Indian on our birth certificate. It's easy work to look that up.
So are you on the reservation now?
No, I'm considered a non-reservation Indian. I'm not. I'm a part of a nation, but I'm not on the reservation. When you hear non-reservation Indian, that's me. I'm in Texas. I'm not in Oklahoma, so I'm considered a non-reservation Indian.
What does
I would have been reclassified if I lived in Virginia.
Reservation Indian mean, and how does that affect your status?
It doesn't. I could be anywhere. I'm still part of the nation. I don't live in Oklahoma. I don't live in with the boundaries. I stay in Texas. So I'm considered a non-reservation Indian.
Okay.
And plus, like during the day, when the French was bringing
how much impact do you have in your city?
We adopted Africans in. We gave them 40 acres. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what these people are talking about. We didn't take care of our African people that we had. We took care of them. We gave each of our enslaved Africans we adopted in, we gave them 40 acres and made them part of the nation.
This is my issue with some of y'all Native Americans. Like, it seems like a lot of y'all are oblivious to the fact that you actually already acknowledged that the Choctaw Nation, they own African slaves.
I call myself Native, though.
Okay, that's great. I understand that, but you're right. Can I finish? Because you came up here with an assumption people are just claiming their Native American heritage without being connected to their tribe, and nobody said that. Not only that, when you're talking about Africans, we were reclassified. We literally went to Negroes, just like what Sweet said, nigga to Black, African. That is reclassification. So to make those assumptions is wild. Not only that, I find it weird that you said they gave them 40 acres, right? Assuming that.
Facts.
There's nothing like I agree with that because I actually believe with history, right? But also you got to understand that some of those land were taken back after the Choctaw Nation pushed these certain Black families right out of their tribe. No,
Wrong.
it's not. How you gonna tell me? I'm an
Well,
Afro-Indigenous
we still get
woman.
acres.
What are you talking about? See, this is my
With
issue with some of
information.
y'all, Native
Talk to
With
him
Americans.
without
information up.
muting his mic.
Choctaw, be quiet. Like
Hold on.
you
We
literally
still got
trace
the
your
acres.
gene.
Don't lie then. Quit
Okay,
lying.
no, it's not. Let
Don't
me
mute his mic,
finish.
but let her
Show
finish.
it then. You gonna
Can I finish?
Let her finish, but don't mute his mic. Let her finish, but don't mute his mic.
I'm not like literally. You trace your genealogy to some Asians in Asia, so please be
No,
quiet.
wrong.
Nobody's wrong. This is why I don't really like you, because it seems like every single
You got
time.
facts, so you don't like
Bro,
facts.
can you be quiet? Like, this is my issue with you, and I don't like you. Every single time a black person is talking about Afro-Indigenous and we're talking about our Native American heritage, you always want to say misinformation. This is why I don't like some of y'all Native Americans, because y'all are oblivious to the fact
Well,
that
quit calling me native though.
No,
I
I
don't
just think you're an Asian man, honestly. I use fighting words because you're not letting me done
Well,
talking.
you're African though. What's wrong? You're
You're
African.
not letting me
Hold on,
finish
let me ask him a
talking.
question. Don't mute his mic. How do you feel about Black Americans and the foundation of Black
Yeah,
Americans?
they integrated with us since 1492. So we've been mixing since 1492 since I got here.
So why would you say that?
We
You
got
make
people
no
in the
sense.
nation that looks African. There's a guy looking like the host that's considered a Choctaw nation. So I don't know what
Can
they're
I ask
talking
a
about.
question? How do you feel about the Europeans that's Native American doing their genealogy and they coming back with no Native blood?
And Asian.
Because they're the $5 Indians.
I
Wait,
understand,
the
but how
white
do you feel
folks?
about those people? They still live on the reservoir.
No, they don't. They
Yes,
got
they
kicked
do.
out just like whoever
But they
can't
do.
show genealogy get kicked out.
They on
Like,
Bro, no,
they
they
on
did not.
TikTok.
Choctaw, we
yeah,
were
we
literally on a
accept.
panel.
I'm
We
telling
were
you, I
literally
got my cousin
Choctaw,
look
but
just like
now
the
you're
host.
lying. You're
I got a
lying.
cousin look just like the host.
But Choctaw, you're lying because we were
No, I'm
literally
not, man.
no,
What are you talking
you
about?
are. Be quiet. We were
No.
literally on a panel. We were on a panel together, and we showed a phenotypically white T presenting native that is a chief of a tribe. So please shut up,
What
because it
about
seems
them?
like
They
there's
mixed with
something wrong with
European.
you.
I
Bro, there's
can
something
look up
wrong
the
with you.
Mississippi Choctaw. We
He's
got
not
some.
native. He's not native. He's a $5 Indian. He's a
No, y'all $5 Africans. That's what that is. You don't know your lineage. You don't know who you
What
are
the
from
hell is a
Africa.
$5 African,
What is the
bro?
You don't know
$5
your language in
Wow.
African?
Africa. That's what that means.
So let me tell you something, you 𝗶𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 I absolutely speak the language of my ancestors.
You
So don't
tribe
come
or
up here
nothing. You
with
don't know
that.
your
He don't.
Like
customs.
there's something wrong with you. You are no, hold on,
You don't know your
Choctaw.
customs.
Hold on, Choctaw, hold on.
Your
Didn't you
culture.
say Choctaw? But you know, it's very ironic that you said that and you're talking to black people like that. But literally on another live, you said that you're learning the language of your people. So you don't even speak the language of your people. You're trying to come up
Speak
here
my
and say
language. What
somebody
y'all talking
talking
about?
like
I know
that.
my language.
No, you don't. You literally lying. On another live, you
Oh
said
yeah,
that
I
you
know my
don't even speak
language.
the
I
language.
know
Well, then
You're
my.
a
say it.
liar.
Then speak
What
it
you
Every
right
talking
now.
single
Speak
about?
it right
time,
now.
Let him speak
bro,
his
every
language.
single time you come up on these
Don't mute
live, you
him.
lie.
Don't mute him.
Losa
Have the
hoyo
Choctaw,
halabe.
conversation.
speak your language.
Do not mute
Losa.
him.
Losa halabe. Losa ho.
Bro, you literally just learned that. You literally said 2 weeks ago you
Losa.
were learning the language of your ancestors. So shut
No, I
up.
know my
Look,
language.
the
I
No,
know.
fact
you not.
is,
You're lying.
He
they
said 2
kidnapped a lot
words.
of
I know
indigenous
my
kids.
culture.
They took them out to
I know
Canada.
my
They skinned their
culture.
heads, and they made them speak English. We're
No,
not
I know
going to
my
skip
culture.
over
We kept
that
our
Native
language.
American
They try to
history.
take our language. They try to assimilate
I
us.
got.
Honestly,
I just have the one question.
I think this conversation is circular because one thing with
I just needed
Choctaw,
to
the
know
age.
what a
Hold
$5
on,
Negro
cousin.
was. I just need.
Hold on, cousin, because I'm very
I got
familiar
you,
with.
baby.
I'm very familiar with Choctaw, and he lies. Literally on another live, he just said that he was not. He doesn't know the language of his people,
Just hang
and
tight, Chop
I
Top.
hate
I'm
when
bring
he
you
does
back
that.
up.
It
Hang
ages me.
tight. Hang tight, Chop Top. I'm gonna bring you back up because I got some questions for him. Okay.
He called us $5
Okay, listen, we gotta get this.
Africans.
Do not moderators. Do not mute the people when you're having a conversation. I want y'all to have the conversation and work it out without playing this mute each other game. Let's not do that. I'm the only one that's gonna mute people on the mic if they keep talking. But when you having a conversation, especially if you're a moderator, if you're having a conversation a one-on-one, don't take the advantage by muting them. Okay? Exert your dominance another way, but not by muting them. Have the conversation and work it out. I especially do this with men and women because men and women need to know how to talk to each other. Men are direct. Women, you got to understand that and not get triggered by that. Men have grace with women. Women be more humble when speaking with men. That's what I believe in, okay? So let's not mute anybody if you're having a one-on-one conversation. You guys just talk and work it out. That's the best way you can do it. Talk and work it out. Okay. Let me hear from. I brought Rice Wayne up. I didn't get you in my last live, but I think you've been requesting a lot. Unmute your mic, Rice, or Reese, whatever. Unmute your mic, sir.
Yo, what's going on? Homie, appreciate you for letting me up, man, and having a space for us to actually indulge and conversate, man.
Okay. What are you African?
I'm actually gonna be Lumbee, man. I'm a Lumbee, Indian 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie
Okay.
𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie as well. I got some Muskogee on my mom's side. Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm a mix of many nations, man. You know.
So do you consider yourself a foundational Black American?
I feel like that term is quite new. I mean, if I can get an explanation of what exactly it means, then I might consider it.
Foundational Black Americans, we can trace our lineage back to at least the 1870 census. We are a mixture of African descent and indigenous. Okay, we've been here since the founding, even before the founding of this country.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would say I'm a foundational American. If we want to throw the Black in there, I am, you know, a colored individual. Look more Negroish compared to, you know, any Mongoloid. So, yeah, I would quite say that I'm FBA or foundational Black American, but I'm gonna be more Lumbee than anything before, you know. And the kind of like, I was kind of like resonating with what Chata was trying to explain to the panel here, and I hope no one takes offense to it.
Let me bring him back up. I'm gonna give you some backup. Let me bring him back up because I want to talk. I want to have the conversation. I want to talk to you guys real quick.
Okay. But yeah, I hope no one take offense to it. But if you are what you could consider to be foundational American, regardless if you're Black, yellow, orange. Sorry about the background music, man. I got a little singer right here.
All good.
But yeah, I would say, man, why not go ahead and enroll and to your tribes, you know what I'm saying? So you can take full advantage of those benefits, you know, that other folks
not
are
what he
able
was
to.
saying.
Not saying that's what he was saying.
If they're literally fighting the actual Native American brothers and sisters who are literally sharing every aspect of their culture with them, what chance do you think we have of getting in?
Hello. See, my whole thing is though, if you can trace your lineage to a tribe specifically, right? These folks have no issue, especially knowing that you would be family, cousins. You know, most people, they don't take the time to go out to the powwows, regardless if you're enrolled or not, to, you know, actually mix and mingle with the folks. And
So,
that's one
Reese, did
thing.
you hear?
But Wayne, but can I? This is my
I just want to
problem.
know. Hold on. Did you
Lumbee
hear what Kiki has said? Did you hear that she has said that there were darker skinned Afro-Indigenous people that trace their lineage back and their ancestry back to these tribes, and these tribes committed basically medical racism against them and discriminated
I
against
just told you. I was talking. See, this
Foundation didn't do that.
Can I finish?
Well, that's
Like, dang.
a lot of tribes. They
Hold on,
most
Wayne.
tribes go off
Hold
of
on,
the
Wayne.
blood quantum.
Wait,
you
no,
know,
Wayne.
and
Hold on.
that's something that I don't quite agree with. Basically,
But that is not the point. That is not the point that is being made. It seems like a lot of people, when Afro-Indigenous people speak about our ancestors and them not being accepted in these tribes, they always say, "But it's not my tribe. But it's not my people," and that is a lie. Literally, Choctaw.
Well, show it.
Bro, can I finish? This is exactly why I be muting you, and I don't like you because you always overtalk people. So how about you shut that mouth and be quiet and wait till I'm done? Please and thank you. This is my issue. Some of y'all Native Americans, y'all are so oblivious to the fact that when it comes to Afro-Indigenous people, we do face discrimination on these reses, right? We do face discrimination when we're trying to belong to our nations and our clans and our bands. Literally a couple years ago, the Afro-Indigenous people, when it comes to the Choctaw Nation, they actually had to take them to the federal court because that nation would not
Wrong
let them.
nation.
No, I'm
Wrong
not.
misinformation.
See, this is my issue. Shut up. This is exactly why I mute you. Because as an Afro-Indigenous woman,
Misinformation, though.
bro, shut up. This is literally why I mute you.
Case.
Can you wait?
Yeah, hey,
Can I
Chop Guy,
finish?
could you
Can I
let her
finish
finish?
talking?
Let her finish for a second.
Can I finish talking? Like literally, when I'm
She
telling
keep
you stuff that
monologuing.
I know. Oh Lord
Well,
Jesus.
give you a chance to speak, Choctaw.
I'm so tired of this. Like it's really irritating.
Don't get derailed, Queen. You got it.
Oh
You got it.
you're fine. But literally every single time somebody that is Afro-Indigenous say stuff like this, it's always you're lying. No, you can actually go Google this. When it comes to my Afro-Indigenous people, I don't play about them because I have cousins that are Choctaw that look phenotypically that look just like me that face discrimination on the res. Not only that, face discrimination from Asian phenotypically white T presenting Asian Native Americans like you. Since you want to say everybody's lying about everything, and it's really annoying. Like y'all need to go do y'all research when it comes to the Afro-Indigenous people because it's really telling.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, she don't know nothing about the Choctaw Nation.
Are you referring to like
Oh Lord
those
Jesus! I'll go
that
pull
would
up
be
the court
considered?
case. I'll go pull it up.
Are you referring to those that would be considered more like freedmen when you say Afro-Indigenous?
Yes, that's what she's talking about, the freedman. She's a freedman.
Yes.
Now, if that is the case,
Oh
keep
my
in
God,
mind.
that is not. No, that's not what I said. It seems
Okay.
it's really irritating in this conversation when we're talking about stuff like this, when we're talking about the division when it comes to Native Americans and Afro-Indigenous. It seems like every single time we open our mouth, it doesn't resonate with y'all, and it's irritating. I'm literally giving you facts and things that my ancestors experienced. I'm talking about my ancestors.
Right, got you.
My grandmother, not only that, my father had to fight for a sense of belonging in our nation.
Yes.
My people are enrolled, right?
Mhm.
But it's not anything to us. It's not doing anything. I can literally bring up an article when I was talking about the Black Seminoles and how a Black woman was experiencing medical racism within her tribe. So before y'all open y'all mouth on certain things, can y'all please research? Like literally, technology is right in front of y'all. Go research. Go pick up a book.
Exactly.
I want to know.
Hold up, Choctaw. Let me respond for a second.
I want to know. I want to
go
know
ahead.
what you think about Choctaw calling us $5 Africans. That's what I want to know. I want to know what you think of him saying that we're $5 Africans.
Yeah, bro, you're going to have to answer for that one.
Listen, I thought that was hilarious. The reason why I thought it was hilarious is because, listen, when I hear the term FBA, right? Most of the time, hold up, wait. Not only that, because that's the whole Buffalo Soldier thing. Folks fought for different folks, and they was allotted lands. Turning in scalps and shit. Like that's what's happening. You got a point with that. But when it come down to that term $5 African, I thought it was hilarious. Just like I hear pretend Indians and $5 Indians. I think that shit is funny as fuck, especially when people don't have the I guess the knowledge when it comes down to self-identity. Like, for one, I wouldn't take no offense of someone else trying to tell me who I am, when I know exactly who I am. So just with that.
But you take the disrespect.
No, I don't take the disrespect either. It's basically something
I
that
don't understand.
She called me Asian. That's why I said that. She called me Asian. That's why I said $5 African.
But see,
I'm
look,
not Asian.
Look,
it's Asian in my DNA.
Hold on, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second to answer because
the reason why I called you Asian is because you sit up here and you degrade Black people on every single live you go on, and that everybody knows that, and that's why I don't like you. I don't like you because you're racist to Black people. Not only that, people that
might be a different Choctaw, not me.
Bro, that is you. You literally do that. You, Native Mama, 𝗤𝗂𝗏, y'all always do that.
I don't know. I don't mess with them folks.
Well, see, look, this one thing.
Hold on. Let me speak. I got some questions.
Go ahead, brother.
Hold on. So, brother, What are you showing us here? Choctaw. What are you?
This is where we gave our enslaved Africans 40 acres.
Okay,
Yeah,
read that.
they
We can't
received
read
that.
it. Read it.
Well, freedmen's, because we adopted enslaved Africans since like the 1600s when y'all first came over here. I mean, we had Africans with us before America even was America.
Yeah, and the Choctaws was one of the first.
We agreed there was Africans that dressed like us, that spoke our language, and did all our customs. They adopted into our family. We considered them family.
Now to go
Wait a
deep
second,
in
but you
that.
said
Hold on,
when
wait.
we
To
first
go,
came over here?
can we go deep
Yeah,
into this?
1492. Y'all
Right,
came
but
over
nobody
1492.
never said that it's not that isn't true. I literally said that you were right about that. Who said that
And
you were wrong?
not only that. Now y'all got to keep in mind it was a war going on. Oh, my bad.
Hold on, Reed. I'm still talking to Choctaw. Okay, read what that said up there so we can hear. I can't read it. Read it.
Yeah, the legal battle between the United States and the Choctaw and Chickasaw over the provision of the Treaty of 1866, which emancipated the slaves, resulting into adoptions for the Choctaw freedmen and the allotments of 40 acres of land from both Chickasaw and Choctaw freedmen. So we gave our freedmen, we had like 1,000 to 2,000 enslaved Africans with us during the Trail of Tears.
Okay,
Like we gave each of them 40 acres of land.
Okay, do you have any European descent in your DNA?
Me? No.
The trials of tears had
No.
enslaved Africans as they saw it.
We
Now,
had them with us. We took our enslaved Africans on the Trail of Tears with us. Choctaw
You
Nation
make it seem like
Trail of Tears.
they was getting deported too
My
because
people
they
was the first one to go on the
owned
trail. Choctaw
Yeah,
Nation was the first one to go on the trail. We named
not
it the
only
Trail of
that-
Didn't the
Tears.
Trail of
booted.
Tears actually start in Florida?
Hold up, wait. Exactly. And what was
It
going
started
on?
with
Hold up, wait.
Mississippi. It started with the Choctaw
In
people.
Florida,
first one
the
to go on the
Seminoles had just lost that battle.
Yeah, hold up, wait.
Choctaw
Wait,
Because
first
see,
one
what
to
was
go on
I'm
the
sorry, Florida at the
Hold
time
on.
was a colony of Spain.
That's a different nation, though.
Hold on. Go ahead, Choctaw.
can I-
You got the floor.
Yeah, Choctaw Nation. We was the first one to go on the
I brought
trails.
them up here for you. Hold on.
Yeah, Choctaw Nation was the first one to go on the Trail of Tears. That's why we named it the Trail of Tears. That's why it's called the Trail of Tears. The Choctaw Nation, we named it because we was the first one to go. We took our enslaved Africans with us.
Mm-hmm. And they had to fight the
Then the
government.
Seminoles
to do
was
that.
later, but Choctaw Nation was the first one to grow across that trail. Because they figured if they could get a big nation like the Choctaw Nation like us, the other tribes would follow. And that's what happened.
Now,
And
now
not
hold on, man. Hold on. Listen. Now, we have somebody saying that you're saying one thing on this live, and you're saying another thing on another live.
Nah, it's this old girl, she don't
They
like
had
me.
to leave because
You always do that. You are a liar.
No, I pull up information. When I pull up information that they
Every live a black person holds when we mention Afro-Indigenous people, here you are in the comments.
No,
You like,
I'm
no,
on
that ain't
the-
right. No, that ain't right.
I'm all on the.
Can we not attack
We
the
already
person
know
and
who
attack
you
the
are.
facts?
So how does
Yeah, because half of his facts be a lie and it be wrong.
Well, attack the facts, not the person. You know,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I try to tell them,
Well,
debunk
respectfully,
me.
Wayne. Well, respectfully, Wayne, you're not going to tell me what to do because, like I said, Choctaw.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's very racist, and he has made racist comments.
Nah, you're anti-indigenous. She's anti-indigenous. She got caught.
How am I
about being
anti-indigenous when I'm
anti-indigenous?
Afro-Indigenous, you idiot?
Yeah, you still could be Afro and be anti-indigenous. You don't like natives.
Hey,
You don't like.
too much trying to talk.
natives.
The host trying to speak, y'all.
Hold on. So what is your problem with Afro-Indigenous people?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. They accept it. I accept all. I don't even call them Afro-Indigenous. I call them Native, or I call them American Indians. I don't use the Afro.
So you're saying you don't discriminate against black or darker Indians?
No.
You accept them all into your tribe?
That's
Yeah,
not
because like I
true.
say, we only make like 2% of the population.
I've seen
We
him
make
at
2% of the
multiple
population. Every
lives
school
be
I went to,
anti-black.
I was the only.
Okay, we got
seen
another
him at
person. Hold
multiple
on, don't
lives.
you know?
Oh,
Don't
I
do
didn't
that.
try. I didn't. That time I didn't try. I'm sorry, but I've been
Okay.
meeting him. But
Okay.
Amari, go
Yes,
ahead.
man. Every school I
Amari,
went
go
to, I was the
ahead.
only native there.
We have another person saying that you say you have anti-black rhetoric. Is that true?
Yes, on multiple
No,
lives.
like
I
they
have
call
seen him.
find out Africans. That's not a.
No, I'm not
What are you talking
in
about? Look
here.
at the
Okay,
comments. Everybody knows who you are.
Hold on real quick. I don't know who he is. Let me find out who he is. I don't know who he is. Amara, what things have he said that was anti-black? Can you share that with me?
He degraded and disavowed any melanated people that have ancestry from Africa as being indigenous to this land. He talks down on us. He makes multiple lies about us. He hops up in room and he has a
Lies.
crony of people. He has a crony of people that follow him. He has a crony of people that follow him and enforce this anti-Black rhetoric with Afro-Indigenous people that claim rights to this land. He is anti-reparations. He is not an ally.
I'm anti-pretendians.
Hold on.
It'll make sense what you saying. 40 acres already been given, so I see why the reparations would be kind of a conflicting
Bro,
argument.
Wayne, please be quiet, because it seems like you're trying to, back him up on everything that he say. Oh, 1 second, Too Much. No, Too Much. I understand, but there's literally people in the comments. I have been on live with. I understand, but that's fine. But I'm literally telling you that I have been on lives with this man, and literally why I call him Asian looking is because of the offensive things that he say about Black people. And he hates when people say that about him. He hates when we call him Asian looking. He hates it. Like,
y'all ain't be called a $5 Africans.
Bro, you're an Asian man. Please be quiet.
You're a $5 African. You don't know your culture, your language. You don't know who you are. You lost.
Hold on. How you know she's a $5?
Yeah, she don't know her custom from Africa. She don't know her language from Africa. She don't know her tradition from Africa.
Why is it? Why is it that she don't know?
Hold on, Moxie.
She's not doing her due diligence. She's not doing her work to find out.
She's not from Africa. She's from America.
Well, her ancestors are from Africa. She got to find out who she was from over there.
Do you want me to break it down to you in my language?
Hold on.
𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀 that's my language.
Hold on.
And that's why some of our ancestors supported the Buffalo Soldiers.
This is the host talking. Hold on. So I'm reading the comments, brother. There's people saying that you're saying anti-Black hatred thing. So
now these are pretendians. You got pretendians in your lives. I go against pretendians that say they got here before 1492.
How do you feel about reparations for freedmen for foundational Black Americans? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, should be able to get what y'all do here. We all should get something. And they took all our land and same thing, yeah. We all deserve
they gave to recognize indigenous tribes reparation.
Hold on.
No.
You remember you say you from Texas. You're not even recognized.
This is the thing.
I got my card. I got my CDIB card. I'm recognized through my nation. My nation accepts me.
Listen, this is what
Wouldn't it be more repatriation than reparation?
Yeah.
Listen, when us indigenous African or Black people start speaking about reparations, that's when all the Asian and all the W people want to talk about they need to get reparations as well. Okay?
Let me hear from Reese. How do you feel about reparations, Reese? How do you feel about foundational Black Americans, freedmen, getting reparations because of slavery? How do you feel about that?
I would oppose to reparations, but in a way where it'd be more repatriation.
In what way?
Yeah, repatriation. Basically, and it's crazy because you actually have tribes fighting against the national.
Why are you talking about tribes? We're talking about FDA.
You actually got tribes fighting against the national government in regards to repatriation, right? And the government itself. Let's say you got a graveyard in your backyard, and your family been there, right? And they come take your land or whatever, right? And after digging for minerals, they discover your family and other artifacts, icons and relics in that yard. What would happen is the tribe itself would have to reach out and identify those people. And if that ties back to that specific tribe, then yeah, that's a form of repatriotism. You know what I'm saying? So what's going on today is that the army, the government, they are opposing what's going on with the tribes as far as lineage, So it's a fight between the government and not only that, the tribes itself with identifying those people. So what happens is the government saying to these other tribes and, you know, different tribes, if it's not the specific individual people coming to identify, then the tribes can't even claim those bodies, if that makes sense. So that's a whole fight in itself. When I say repatriate or repatriatizing, however you want to put it, that's gonna be, you know, key compared to reparations, because that's tying right back to the land, if that makes sense. Now, I
No, I
understand the
got to tell you,
argument.
brother, it doesn't.
I understand the
Can I say
argument
this,
that
Mr.
that
Can I say
𝗤𝗏𝗏 is
this?
saying, because of course allotments was given out to freedmen, right? And to tie it right back, I want y'all to think about this shit. Throughout the Trail of Tears, those prisoners of war was considered wards, okay? And they had bonds on them. So a ward had a bond, right? And what the Choctaw was able to do was fight against the government to maintain those quote unquote slaves. So if they didn't do that, those slaves would still be slaves under the U.S. instead of the Choctaw Nation. They had to fight the government for, you know, the ownership of those bonds. And we know
So just so we're clear,
bonds is money.
in 1865,
I
when the
want y'all
United
to think
States of
about that.
America, just so we're clear, in 1865, when the United States of America said no more slaves, and in 1866, the Choctaw were still fighting to keep their slaves.
Yes,
There was our family.
that's basically what I just explained. Because again, when we start
You
talking
talking
about those bonds,
people.
again, because a bond is money. So think about the populace, right? And it takes a populace to have a nation. You
But
understand that?
everyone is
Let
not
me, because brother, you
indigenous.
gotta understand, I'm still torn between how does the repatriation of which you speak, because you were speaking from it appeared that you were speaking of repatriation to the tribal lands, and only the tribal lands.
Right.
That's not what this conversation is, sir.
So what else? So how else would you? Hold on, wait. How else would you identify yourself and tie yourself back to the land if you're not in the land?
Who attempted to tie us to the land?
Man,
we said this was financial.
Right.
Not all. That's
So
why I
let's
said
start
not
talking
all
about
Black
those
Americans
bonds
is Mali.
again.
We're not Mali. We're not the same. We don't have the same bloodline. You're talking about the indigenous and Afro, and you're gonna miss out a whole group of Black people because they are not indigenous. They don't have indigenous blood. They have European and African blood.
So
We're
those
talking
would
about
be
all the Black coming together.
Okay, so
All the Negro.
now we talking about
The ones who had to
all the
classify
Blacks
they
instead
self
of the
as Negro.
foundational Americans.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Reese, can you cam up, brother? Just cam up.
If you have
How
to
old are you,
classify
Reese?
yourself as Negro, if your family has to classify you Negro, we're talking about you. And that includes indigenous, Afro-indigenous.
Do me a favor, Reese. Cam up. I want to see how melanated you really are, because I got to make sure I'm talking to you. I don't know what I'm talking about.
He's Lumbee.
Oh,
Usually,
I can't. Yeah, it won't let me do the cam for some reason. What's up, Dave?
Lumbees are
No, those are your
triracial.
sisters.
Right, Lumbees are triracial, but it seems like he's condoning the enslavement of African slaves because he's diminishing the bonds.
You're saying slaves are worth money, and that's why you wanted to keep your slaves, brother.
Exactly. That is exactly what he is saying.
No, they was part of the nation. They were trying to take our
right.
family
They was a
members
part of the
away from us.
nation.
So
Do
yeah, we didn't want
not
that.
see
Can
what he has posted on his.
That is not what you said at all.
Do y'all not
That
see
is
what
not
he
what
has
you said
posted
at
on
all.
on his green screen?
No,
So
but Wayne,
what happened was
Wayne, hold on.
instead of actually
Wayne,
sitting
hold
those
on.
bonds.
I'm gonna mute you, brother. Hold on. Just hold
Because
up.
it seems like is this conversation, like I always say, is becoming circular because you keep on saying it is a bond, right? So obviously they're going to fight the U.S. government because they wanted to keep these African people enslaved. So it seems like you're condoning the enslavement of Africans in these tribes. And Choctaw was saying they were a part of a family. But how are you owning your family? It makes no sense. Y'all need to
We
like.
didn't, we
Huh?
didn't, we
Hold on,
didn't
wait,
practice
hold
chattel
up, Tata.
slavery.
No, let's do this. Let's do
We didn't
this.
chattel
Hold on, wait,
slavery.
let's do this. No, let's do this real quick.
Bro, Wayne, let Choctaw
Hold on.
talk. Like shit.
Hold on real quick. Hold on. It's me talking. Hold on. See, now we know that some freedmen, when they try to say black people own slaves, we know that those black people that own slaves were really buying their family members.
Right.
So we do
Exactly.
So that's what we was doing. We were trying to keep them. They wanted us to give them back, but we
That
didn't
is
want to give
not
our family members back.
Exactly.
That is not true. I
That
hate when
is
y'all
true.
build fucking history and it's fucking weird.
How we
Like
I'm part of the nation.
I'm not trying to be emotional, but I hate when
So
people
you're
do that
saying
because
you
that
were
is
buying your
ignorant.
family members
That
back
is
and you weren't
ignorant.
enslaving them, you weren't putting them to forced labor when you bought them back? Is that what you're saying? They weren't doing forced labor? Is that what you're saying? Wayne, unmute your mic, brother.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, you had folks working and tilling their land, of course. But when it come down to,
But it wasn't forced labor, right? You weren't
yeah,
forced.
when it come down to chattel slavery, nah, man, you got to think about that. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, man. We was the first to be free before Haiti, before the U.S. Constitution. So when you looking into these records, of course, you'll see the same family group, the same head of household, and they'll be listed under a bond, okay? But the 10 years later, these people are free in the same household and never left. I'm talking about ever since the 1790s up until the emancipation, all right? So keep in mind, hell, shit, if you was a wife back then, you was property. And that was all because of tax, and taxes. So it took a populace in order for a nation to build, if that makes sense.
Okay. There's people that don't agree with you. I don't know you enough to disagree with you. I do know that there were people that were. I don't know enough about the circumstance of what's going on. I'll have to do my own research. But based on what some of the people are saying, they're saying that you guys are lying, that you guys wanted to continue, and you were enslaving the black indigenous people or the free.
Now let's also keep in mind that every one of those slaves wasn't African. So you had tribe versus tribe going on too. So if that was the case, all right, some of those freedmen that didn't have any African descent would also have tribal affiliations, right?
Okay.
All right. So with that happening as well, I want y'all to think about how those same individuals would be going to battle against the U.S. government to not only maintain their heritage, but to also receive these allotments.
No, I'm listening. Okay.
Again, I don't know it now. I'm just saying we're hearing people on the panel, we're hearing people in the comments that's saying that that's not so. So I can't say anything of not. I'll just say this. What is a pretendian to you? Reese, unmute your mic, brother.
A pretendian to me is a $5 Indian. One. Oh, my bad. A pretendian to me is a $5 Indian.
Yeah, get off of Bluetooth, brother.
You heard me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead. What is a pretendian? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a $5 Indian, man. That's what a pretend Indian has always been to us. Ones that paid their way to receive these allotments in the lands.
So what color are they? What color are they?
I mean, shoot, man, you got different colors of pretend Indians. I can refer y'all to a man named James Beckworth and Beckworth. and he basically trailblazed with Lewis and Clark, and went out west and helped them, you know, spread out motherfucking goddamn beds and sheets that was full with fucking smallpox. Like, come on, man. And he actually received the allodial titles out west in places like
And
Oregon.
his ethnicity was what?
He was a nigga.
Well, since I don't identify as that, you're gonna have to be a little bit more clear in your definition.
Okay, he was a American Negro. Maybe he had some African descent, but if I'm not mistaken, shit, from what I ran across, he was more American than anything. You understand? So not only do you have the Buffalo Soldier going out west, turning in scalps for bonds, right?
No, because I had this particular discussion with one of our African brothers and sisters. Now, I would preface this by stating, if you were a Buffalo Soldier, you signed a contract with the United States government, didn't you?
Absolutely.
You made a commitment to the United States government.
That's how we got the nations for a treaty.
Not to the people, but to the government. So when you bring up these acts of military actions, I need you all to make sure that you clearly make the distinction that those individuals acted at the behest of the United States government and not necessarily foundational Black Americans.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When it come down to those foundational Black Americans, did they have an agent that will represent them in regards to the U.S. government?
No, they were killed repeatedly,
oh, man,
multiply over the years.
You say they were killed.
My bad, people.
If they was killed, then how would you be alive?
You have to say unalive.
I did not say all of them. I did not say all of them. How dare you? How dare you bring such an infantile argument? How am I still alive? Because there were multiple Black families throughout the contiguous United States. That is an infantile argument. Please come with something a little bit better.
Are you not able to represent your family as an agent?
Excuse me, your argument is baseless on the simple fact that the USA, not you, boo, the simple fact that the USA
sweet. I just wanted to say something really quick because nothing you said was
everyone was being drafted into the military. We're not going to overlook that fact because it was natives. Everybody was being drafted.
No, you had folks that enlisted into the US military.
We weren't even citizens yet.
Not being drafted, right? The Constitution wasn't even established yet. Like, come on, man.
The difference would be what in signing a contract? The difference would be what?
You said
you signed a contract to perform a particular task, no questions asked, at the behest of this particular agency. What are you trying to distinguish or delineate here?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if it's an agency, then in these motherfuckers that you call FBA,
can you stop cussing?
I'm sorry,
no, those individuals who joined that panel or who took that contract, sir.
Got you, and I understand that. So what I'm saying here, if you have a form of representation that you could goddamn have recognized by your people, and not only that, the U.S., how is it that you are alive today if these FBA folks got killed off? I asked, did they have
said anything about them being killed off?
Okay.
Who said anything about them being killed off?
So if they said, are you not able to represent you and your people?
What? Wait a minute. Let's break this down, bro. Because I mean, again, I will say it like this.
Now I tongue-tied.
You are I'm not tongue-tied. I just want to make sure I
your people, bro.
The host is trying to speak, so can you guys please use TikTok friendly vernacular? Not only that, I find it weird that you're lumpy and you're speaking like this. It's weird. You're a weirdo.
Okay, let me say it as plainly as I can. Okay, you think that a corporal or a private or even a sergeant in the Army during that particular time of American history would be able to represent an entire people? Is that what you are trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is you should be able to represent your people, especially if it was no one that, been able to do it before, but for whatever reason, you're alive today claiming these allodial titles.
Okay, let me mute everybody out. We're gonna move on, but here's what I know we need to have. We got to have an FBA versus Indigenous or Native American. We got to have the conversation. This is something that I see as deep, and that people are hurting from this, and that there's accusations being thrown out, and there's I personally don't have enough understanding to even go into it. But I know this is something that a lot of Black Americans claim. A lot of foundational Black Americans claim they have Indigenous and Native American roots. And we need to discuss. I'm going to ask you guys to come up at another time. Follow my page. I'll follow you back. And I'll let y'all know when we have an FBA versus Indigenous. And we'll get some thorough foundational Black Americans. And we'll get some thorough Native American and Indigenous people. And we can finally have the conversation. And let's try to see if we can seek some common ground and end this, because we do need to unite the tribe.
Absolutely. I'm so down with that.
We do need to unite the tribe. We need to be under one banner, and we need to step correctly when we're battling this system of white supremacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't unite to a group of people that don't acknowledge that these 5 civilized tribes own African slaves. Can't do that.
We took them in. We adopted the difference.
You sit up there lying.
Yeah, like, come on, man. That's the same thing the Seminole did.
We gotta have the conversations.
Adopted.
And we gotta see what we can do. Maybe we just do a treaty. I don't know.
But those treaties has already been established. I want y'all to refer. You can look up the Nations for a Treaty. Okay, that's a Treaty of Nations. It's the Treaty of Nations. It's called the Nations for a Treaty.
We're not talking with the American government. We're talking about with Foundation of Black America.
Man.
What you have with the U.S. government, what you have with
I don't think you understand what I was saying. So
he do. It's just that you talk too much and you're over talking the host.
Nah, that's you.
I agree.
Yeah, man. Listen. I'm just the dummy here to learn for sure.
Nobody ever called you a dummy.
Hold on.
Call me a dummy.
And please don't refer to yourself as that, brother. We're not trying to put you in no kind of down spot.
No, I'm saying I'm a dummy just here to learn for sure. Like that's what I am.
Conversation, and we need to get some more clarification. We need to do some research. We need to figure out what's what, because there's a lot of accusations being thrown, and you guys are just kind of casually dismissing them like as if they don't exist. And we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that. We got to be intellectually honest. We got to have good faith conversation and argument, and we got to get to a point where we can get some resolution. Nobody likes to be called pretendians. Nobody likes to be called $5 Indians. Nobody likes to be called Asian when they're not Asian. So we got to get to the point where we can get past the name calling and get to the meat of it. And let's see if we can figure this out. We tried it with the Africans, and we're not giving up on the Africans. We're not going to denigrate them. We're just going to say we're going to put that. We're going to table that conversation and come back to it at another time when you guys are ready to recognize our culture. That's what we're pretty much on the Africans. But we need definitely have one with our Native Americans and indigenous tribes here, and we need to figure out who is riding with us and who is not. Do you have the Black consciousness or not? Are you Pan-African or are you Pan-Blackness? That's what we
I honestly don't think you're ready for that, because half of these natives that will come up on this live, they're racist. I don't care. I call out diverse is how I see it.
I do too. I'll call you out too.
Choctaw, I wasn't even talking about you, but Choctaw is a diverser. He's an Asian man.
Definitely going to be
$5 African right here. She'll know who she is. She'll know who she is.
You are definitely.
My people are from Cameroon. What do you mean?
You are definitely going to be a part of the panel when we have it. I want to make sure we have a mixture of thorough people on the panel, and I want y'all to stand on business.
I do. That's why I said I don't care.
Yeah, that's why she don't like me.
An Asian man. That's
why she don't like me. I tell her who she is.
Right.
What are you talking about? My people are from Cameroon and Africa.
You just making up stuff.
How am I making up something that I know where my people are from? This is
Okay,
my
both lady and
hold on,
gentlemen,
cousin. Hold on,
please,
cousin.
please.
Hold on, cousin. This is exactly why. Because I'm literally telling you where my people are from. You want to say I'm lying? Like you're ignorant, and it's why I don't like having conversations with you.
You done
Because
said all kind of stuff though. I've been around you. You said all kind of
because you
tribes.
are. Every single
You done
time
said
you come up
several.
on these panels, you
You
just
said
be
several.
very ignorant, and the shit is
Keep flip flopping. You keep flip
nobody's
flopping.
flip flopping anything. I just really
You
don't
choose
like
a tribe, then you
it.
choose a different one.
What are you talking about?
You never
My
said that.
people are
You always said,
𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. My clan is 𝗖𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Well, why would I make up a tribe? That makes no sense. Are you
no, I'm talking
ignorant?
about on your African side. You said you different stuff. You didn't. I heard you said you was West African and all
Cameroon is
that.
not a tribe. That is a country in Africa. What are you talking about?
What tribe are you from Africa then? That's why I want to know.
Lord
That's what
Jesus,
I'm saying.
are you? So
You don't know what your
again,
tribe is from Africa.
I do. If you
No,
let me
you
talk,
don't.
you idiot. How you going to tell
Choctaw,
me?
you making this entirely
Like you're
too
irritating.
personal.
Listen, again, I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys down. But we're definitely gonna have the conversation. I want y'all to follow me. I'm gonna follow you, Choctaw. I'm gonna follow you, Reese Wang, and I want y'all to come back on the panel. I want y'all to bring y'all people with you. Bring your people that you want to have a discussion, and we're gonna have a discussion. We're gonna have we're gonna have foundational Black Americans who claim indigenous. We're gonna have them up there, and we're gonna have this conversation and see what kind of common ground and what we can accomplish with this. Okay, because this is interesting to me. I just don't know enough to even go into it. I need to do some research myself, and I want to have a friendly debate and see what we can do, because we need to unite the tribe. We're riding a foundational Black American. That's the flag that we're trying to unite everybody under. We are foundational to the building of this country. We are the block. We are the wealth in this country. Without us, there would be no wealth in this country. That's what I'm saying. So,
the land,
I have a question. American Indians, we ain't got no flag.
Choctaw, I have a question. So, do you condone 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in his ignorance or no?
I don't go on his panels.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Okay, I don't know what that is. So we'll have
Right. That was a nifty non-answer, though, Choctaw. That was a nifty non-answer. I got to tell you, she asked you a specific question, and you danced around that by saying, "I've never been on his panel."
Yeah,
that was not an answer to her direct question, sir.
I think
I go in lives though. I go in several. I go in pretending lives. I go in African lives.
Hey, Choctaw, respectfully,
Republican lives, Democrat lives.
though, if we
I don't
could,
like echo chambers. I like diversity. I like different topics. I don't like being in an echo chamber.
But it'll all work out best if we could attack the facts instead of the actual.
Yeah, white supremacy. White supremacy is our main deal.
Yeah. So again, that's what we're trying to replace. We're trying to replace the system of injustice with a system of justice. If there's a way we can conversate and unite, let's do it. That's what I'm for. But I'm a foundation Black American. I'm riding with my lineage. Okay? I'm standing on that business. And my lineage is known for combating white supremacy and everything.
Exactly.
And we're going to keep fighting for that. And we're going to keep standing on their necks. And we're going to keep doing what we got to do. Okay?
And let's hear from Sharif. Allah Sharif.
Yeah, you guys come back. And I'll have you guys. I'll host you guys up here again at another time. So follow me, and I'll follow you guys back. And let's have a conversation. Go ahead, Allah Sharif. Go ahead, brother. You were part of the debate that we had, so or a little bit. So tell me how you felt about the debate between African and FBA.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, our perspective of America is different from your perspective of America, because America, for us, America was created in Africa before it reached even the land of America. America comes from the word Al-Maraika. Al-Maraika means the descendant of the ruler or the army. That's what it means. So, which army ever left in Africa to go to this land that we live in now, right now, if it's not the second voyage of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 𝗤𝗏𝗃𝗁. Bakari 𝗤𝗏𝗃𝗁 was the king and the emperor of a Mali empire. In the 12th century, he sent the people to go visit, cross the ocean, Atlantic Ocean. So they came back. They tell him that there was a backward people who wasn't civilized. So the second one, he went with the group. It took like a 4,000 to 5,000 boats to cross the ocean. And these people, they build England, then they put this group all over the American soil, because the people that was there was not enlightened people. So that's how everything came up. So maybe after 100 years, so the population gonna change. The new people who came, they know they're from the Marai, you may call them Moor. They know they're from the Moor, so they call the country, the place where they live, they call Al Marai. That means the descendant of the Moor. You understand? So more we going, it was easy for them to bring the European than the African, because the African didn't want to leave Africa. It's too sweet for them to leave. Though he brought a lot of European, So then the European, nobody, black people. So that's how they impose themselves. Even many of those European people, white people we see, they deep inside, they have the blood of the Moor.
I think you're losing people. I think some of the people on the panel are confused. Some of the people in the comments.
But because it's so deep, they cannot comprehend it, because it's very difficult.
Hold on real quick. So here in America, a lot of people have been told that America, the name America, came from Americos Vespucci. You're saying it came from a American? Is that what you're saying?
Al-Maraiko, Moor, it's a descendant of the Moor. But people who say that if from these people was there before Christopher Colombo.
Are you a Moor?
I am Marai, yes, I am.
You Moroccan?
I'm not Moroccan, I'm Moor. Even the Moroccans are Moor.
Okay. So where are you
but
from?
Moor don't mean nothing. It means just the
where are you from? Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
I'm from Mali, Timbuktu.
Mali, okay.
So this, I never seen those particular stuff, those part of the history in the book, or it's like somebody don't want people to know this.
No, YT supremacists don't want you to know it. That is the point of YT supremacy. They are trying and purposely hiding every aspect of African history. There is no part of African history that they are not trying to erase.
I'm not going to negate what he said. I mean, this is definitely new information to a lot of American people, because that's not what we were taught in school.
Okay, but look at the English language.
Hold on. Just like we know Christopher Columbus did not really discover America.
That's in 1492, right? 1492. These people was there for maybe a 12th to 13th century.
Correct. So I'm gonna
300 years before Christopher Columbus.
Y'all don't understand what he's saying by that. Just understand that it sounds funny because you weren't taught that, but that doesn't mean it's not true. So I'm not going to negate anything he's saying as it being false, but I'm just going to say that we were taught something different, but we need to actually listen to what he's saying. Inquire and do your research on what he's saying. So go ahead, Ali. Go ahead.
Okay, so after hundreds of years, the white people outnumber the black people. if the power had to be give it to the people, the white be more in a biggest position than the black people. So that's what is happening in here. Then that country was so developed so fast, Then they have the need to bring people from Africa because of agricultural purposes. Because in Africa, all life was based on the agriculture, and then they live just like a corporation in the agricultural way, and in our land. So to bring in an African from Africa to Morocco, then it's going to make Morocco the world power, the world power structure. So the
Host, I
idea
just
of
want to
America.
apologize. I ain't gonna lie, host. I want to apologize real quick.
Okay.
So
Hold on, brother.
America was built to be the world superpower. Our direction to the one world government. So that's why it's supposed to be. But if you hide the entire story to the people, they're not going to work on that direction. People are going to work on a different direction.
So hold on. Did I hear that you're saying that Morocco, the Moors, want a one world government?
Yeah, the Moor, the sense that the beginning, that's the idea of the Moor. One world government.
That was not the idea of the Moor. Stop lying.
I could almost understand
You don't even
an
know.
aspect of that in as much as the Moors cleaned up Europe when Europe was devastated. So, but that the idea of giving knowledge, information, and education to a people so that that knowledge and information could feed the world, in that aspect, I can see that definition. However, the other side of that is that there's no way after they kicked the Moors out that they decided that they were going to follow the Moors' example. There's no part of history after the Moors lost all of their rulership and leadership that the remaining ruling parties, financial and political, ever thought to go back to the Moor way of life.
Listen,
would that be false or would that be true?
The more it mean the army, the power structure, al-mara, that's what it means. Mara means govern people. The more govern Italy, Europe, the more govern for 800 years Spain. All those are true, but what the purpose is? The purpose is a one government, like if people have to live under one law and in harmony, everybody have to follow law. So that's what it is.
That might have been the Moorish wish and or dream, and I'm not going to say it wasn't a happy, desirable dream, but when we're talking about the realities as they lie today, our Moorish brothers were overthrown, and the things that they attempted to bring forth were cast aside.
Not get in this topic.
Well, I don't know. Is that whatever men do, men could make a mistake. Men could do the mislead. But what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to tell you that was the purpose of what I was talking about, like the Moor on the America. That was the purpose. So living together under one government, everybody might follow the law. That's what I believe.
So what you're to take you back so as far back is what you're believing is that we should go back to the Hammurabic code, an eye for an eye?
No, we progress.
I mean, because that was one world under one rule.
Yes, ruled by the people.
They were ruled by their belief in the system being upheld honorably by each individual within that culture.
Okay, hold on.
That particular culture changed and was overthrown. That culture was overthrown by a more violent culture. They chose not to use and seek education and knowledge as a unifying force. They chose to use the acquisition of information and knowledge as a dividing force. The Moors' position was to use it as a unifying force.
Okay.
That is.
Hold on.
That's incorrect.
That sounds interesting. Let me give some other people a chance to talk, but sounds interesting. That's all I'll say. Let me go to nursing rocks, and then roller skate, and then we'll go to Uleman Dodge.
Yeah, my name is Yule, bro. This is my first and my last name put together. I'm South African, but I'm from America, so that's why I want to drop some of these gems. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I want y'all to talk.
Okay, we're gonna get to you, and then I forgot DBG. We gotta get DBG.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Let me go to nursing rocks, and just so you know, I'm only going for another 30 minutes. Okay. Y'all need
you talking about for yourself touching the topic, brother.
Y'all need to bring the likes. I'm about to bring the topic right now. I'm about to I need y'all to bring the likes up. Okay. Tap the screen. Gift the people on the panel. Gift the host. Let's show support. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what I want to go back to. Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. Okay.
I want to know this topic.
The problem with okay. The problem with African centric is we know that trick bag. Trick bag is all about Africa, and they don't have the mindset or the consciousness to combat white supremacy. Let's keep it above. They're the majority on their continent, and they can't get the oppressor off their neck. And they don't have any desire to do so. Their desire is to become like the oppressor. That's what they want to do. Their desire is to become the colonizer. And so we as Black Americans, we can't rock with that. We can't go down that path. We don't want to become the oppressor. We just want to bring a system of justice. That's what we want. We want justice, 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 not just for Black Americans, but for everyone. That's the system that we want to replace this system of injustice, this system of white supremacy with. So I'm saying this is my question to the panel. Are you going to get on board with this pan-Blackness, or are you going to continue to push pan-African? Because Black Americans, we're not pushing pan-African. Pan-Africanism is unalive. It's never worked, and it's never benefited Black Americans, not one bit. If we got to become African for this thing to happen, we're saying no. You need to adopt the Black consciousness. You need to come with the Black mindset, and then we can have a conversation. So I'm gonna let nursing go first. Go ahead, nursing.
Okay, I'm not gonna stay too long. It was just something that I've seen. You know, I ride for Kiki. She usually, stick to facts, and those two, I know Choctaw, if you do have an Indigenous Live and an FBA Live, try not to bring him up because he is very anti-Black. If y'all did not peep the things he was saying, $5 African, and once Kiki said she was Cameroon, he sounded just like an African. That what they would say, what type of what tribe do you come from? Like the same type of anti-Black stuff. I caught that, and I feel like anybody that says that to Black Americans, like literally, what tribe do we come from in Africa? They're being disingenuous. They really are, because if they don't have that understanding that we are mixed with many ethnic groups and tribes. They're trying to throw a shot. You feel me? And that means they lack any empathy with us. I don't care if they're Indigenous or if they're African. When they come at that angle, trust and believe they're being disingenuous and they're coming from a bad place because they should know. They know everything else about us. They should know that. Okay, so that's all I have to say. I'm dropping.
Okay. Let's try to stick on topic. Pan-African versus Pan-Blackness. Where is your allegiance to? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Are you asking me?
No, not you, brother. You just came up. I'm asking roller skate.
I'm sticking with pan blackness because no matter what region we in or no matter what race, we always like everybody always coming for us. Like no, we have to like the white tea, the Africans, the so-called Native Americans. We have to come together because everybody is coming against us, but they sticking together. So we all have to stick together. And I want to say this. Everybody talking about we wasn't here first. We was. And they do their history and go beyond 1400, 1300, and go to the days of Pele and Pangea when all the continents were stuck together in a great flood. Where we were standing there. Hold on, dude. Please don't interrupt me. Well, so wherever you were standing at that particular time when the continents were stuck together and it drifted off, that's where you landed. Some of us were standing here in America when it drifted off. And that's how you got us. Some was brung over here. You know, we can trace our lineage back. I know I can. My great uncle, he founded a museum, a jazz museum in Clarksdale, Mississippi, called the Delta Blues Museum. Y'all can go look it up. We can trace our history. And I just want our people to stick together like they sticking together because we have to. Because look how all of them coming at us. We can say we this, we that. No, you ain't. 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 It's like we have to stick together, and we can't be fighting against each other, and we can't show that we fighting against each other because that shows them they can divide us, and that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go with Dodd71. Unmute your mic.
Good afternoon.
Okay, are you an African or are you a Foundation of Black American?
That's a very interesting question because I'm for my divine human people and those that are out of the mid-Atlantic slave trade, my ancestors that came here out of it. I believe that all humans come out of Africa, and we have been diversified throughout the continents. We all, if I could use the word, all known as Black people. You know, we are everywhere. But for us not to come together, understanding how we got where we got, I don't think that's cool. You know, I don't think the African American, so-called African American, should be against the so-called African. You know, we have gatekeepers on both continents. We have some good African Americans that want to come together, and then we have some bad African Americans that are being gatekeepers and keeping us from coming together. So just like on the continent of Africa. So we can't, you know, my family's from Jamaica. Okay, but I was born here. My grandmother and grandparents came to this country on ships, you know, from Jamaica. And they made a living here. My father was born here, but my heritage is Jamaica. So I can't be mad at the West Indians. I understand them. I understand why West Indians and people from the island sometimes can be a little condescending and look down on Americans. I understand why the Americans do it. We gotta stop our pettiness. You know,
we're gonna have a debate real soon, brother. FBA versus the Caribbean. We gotta have the conversation.
Well, I'm just saying, bro. I've been listening to your show for like 2 days. You know, I've been and listening to the content, and you know, we have this. I'm just saying, it doesn't benefit us here because we have history. I'm thinking about the Italiano-Ethiopian War when Black Americans wanted to go to Ethiopia and help the Ethiopians fight the Italians. That's history. That's a fact. So how can we say Africans and Black Americans can't work together? In the past, we have worked together.
Brother, if I may, I think you're a little misconstrued into what our panel is about.
No,
We
sir,
are
I'm not
we are
misrepresenting.
never trying to step on our melanated brothers and sisters. That's not what we're doing. We're not trying to step on them. We're not trying to stiff arm them. And well, no, we are trying to stiff arm them and let them know that this space right here, just this space, is ours. We're not saying we're not part of the diaspora, but this space right here is ours. Just like I would never come over to your grandmother's land and say, I have a right there.
Right.
And I can speak on what's going on in Jamaica. I have zero ability
But we
or
all have a common enemy.
that is what we are trying to get to here, sir. I promise you that is.
Okay, we have a common enemy.
Okay, hold on. We do have a common enemy, but hold on. Here's the problem. Every time that Black Americans have gone over to help Africa, it's never been reciprocated, brother.
That's not true.
No,
that's not true.
Let the African over here in America get in on
this. That is true, brother.
Man.
That is true, brother. That is the absolute truth. That's the issue. We'll go over there and we'll fight in your wars, but I haven't seen one of them come over here and do that for us. Hold on. No.
You got Africans in the military right now. What are you talking about? You got Haitians, Jamaicans in the military right now. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about the military, brother. I'm talking about we signed up to join your military or their military over there. We're not talking about Africans coming here trying to get in the military so they can get some citizenship. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about we weren't looking for citizenship over there. We were looking to help. Now,
but if you want citizenship over there, you can't go, brother. Don't say that. If you want to go to different parts of Africa right now, if you want to go there as an African American live, they have opened up their doors for you to do that.
Hold on, brother. My thing is this. Listen, we can't unite with someone who's not united. Africans are divided.
So is African Americans.
Oh, but we're getting ourselves. We're more on code than they are.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're far. No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Dog, have you heard of the new black media?
Yes, we are, brother.
Sounding weird right now, man.
We're far more on code. That's that Caribbean. That's that mindset we can't work with. That's why I'm saying, are you Pan-African or Pan-Blackness? Because we are about the black consciousness. That we can work with. If you got the black consciousness, we can work with you. But if you have the African consciousness or the Pan-African ideology, we can't work because we tried that already. We tried that already. They don't want us over there, brother. Let's keep it a buck.
No, that's not true, my brother.
No, if y'all wanted us over there, y'all would have created a pathway for us to get there.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, and we wouldn't have to bring the bag. We wouldn't have to bring the bag to come over there. Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
We wouldn't get our homes bulldozed that we build over there if they wanted us over there. So what we're saying is we can't have a fleeing mindset, especially when all of them are trying. Hold on. All of them are trying to flee over here. Right. All the people in the Caribbean are trying to flee over here. So we can't adopt that mindset that y'all have. We're saying you need to adopt the mindset that we have because we're the ones that stand and fight. So that's how we work with each other. If we can pass on the black consciousness, let's talk black consciousness now, and then we can work with each other. But if y'all don't even have the black, hold on, brother. If y'all don't even have the black consciousness, how can we work it? Because we're not going to adopt the African consciousness. We're not doing that trick back. We're not African. Just like there's nobody over there in Jamaica saying you're not Jamaican, you're African.
You'll be lost without Africa.
We are foundational Black Americans.
I was listening to, excuse me, brother host. I was listening to you earlier, and you started talking about how we are divine people, and you started talking about how you started saying how I'm giving characteristics of how we've been everywhere and the things that we have done. You were saying that earlier. Don't you know where you get that from? You get that right out of the Bible. The Bible is black history. The Bible is out of Africa. The way you was talking about how we move and things like that. There is a distinction on us as a black people because of who we are, where we come from. We are all connected, bro.
with the body.
Bro, you already have a
Dog, you
issue.
understand? We're not saying that we're not
I
connected.
understand why the gentleman coming
Can I
from.
say something,
He
bro?
trying to speak in
ancestry. I'm not denying my African. I just did my,
Can I say something, bro?
hold on. I just did my ancestry, and I read it off on here. I'm not denying my African.
Let me tell you this, bro.
Hold on. I am a Black American though, and I have something called the Black consciousness that everybody doesn't have.
You just been given.
Okay,
You've been
first
conditioned.
of all, I want to say this: you cannot be Black and American at the same time. You either one or the other. You cannot be. You can't be African and American at the same time. Either your father from Africa or your father from America. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
That's
so for you to say you African American is a contradiction to you being a pan whatever.
Brother,
That's a fact.
brother, we're saying we're foundational Black Americans.
Black American.
Bro, you are getting it wrong. Regardless, let me say something.
When y'all talk to each other, y'all going in, y'all revving up and everything, bro. We supposed to be talking.
We're gonna move on because I know where you stand, and like I said, eventually we're gonna have our debate.
Okay, bro. Can I take some of these topics?
The same way we did our debate with the Africans, we're gonna have it with our Caribbean brothers and sisters too, because we got to get some straightening. There's a lot of cosplaying and a lot of sleeper cell nonsense going on in the Black community, and we got to get that about.
Well, you know what, big bro? I ain't gonna lie. I got to support you on this because at least you on, so we got to do some straightening.
Hold on. You sound like you are Pan-African. I'm Pan-Blackness. I'm just asking that question. If you're Pan-African, fine.
Are you asking me, big bro?
No, I'm talking to Dodd.
Oh,
but that's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. You're both. It's both at the same time. It's all the same thing, bro. It's all the same thing.
It's not.
It is too. You got some Black people right now to tell you that we was here. This is our land. This is our Africa. You got people arguing that. So come on, man. You got a lot of things out there that try to give distinction to who we are as a people. Look, we're one people. We come from some place. We all come out. We come out of Africa. That's what we need to be focusing on. We need to be working with the Africans.
Listen, we can't work with somebody who doesn't want to work with us, brother.
Man, big bro, come on, let us talk with you.
We do.
We let Dog 71 talk for a minute, and we've been listening, bro. Let me talk.
This is a financial distinction when you hear FBA.
We're on the connection, bro.
Hold on. BBG is next. We're going
Give me
down
my
the
shit
line,
already.
and you will get your turn. Okay. BBG is next. I'm gonna end the live like right around 9:30. Okay. So we're gonna get to it. BBG, same question. Are you Pan-African or are you Pan-Blackness? Let's hear it.
Oh, I ain't got no choice but to be Pan-Black because I'm American Indian. That's my ancestor. My people been here. They was here in this land before the Negro pen showed up first. See, that's what a lot of people don't know. The Black Europeans showed up first, aka the so-called Moors, and then they brought their white counterparts. This was a joint venture. What they did with colonization, they had to get everybody in the world together to take this land from us. Everybody didn't come on no boat, and they did not bring many Africans. You got a lot of people portraying to be us, and they not us. So even with that, you gotta trace your lineage. You gotta go back in the past because you got people that look like you, act like you, and carry around like you, and they European. They of these other nations. So, and it's nothing against nobody else that has melanin in their skin, but we all are distinctly but different. Just like that Asian man that was on here earlier talking about he's Choctaw. It's Choctaw. Go back to the treaties. There's a lot of things that they did to us. America started in 1776. It didn't start in 1492. The original Americans was the Amarookans, the Choctaws. So we all been here. We moved through this land back and forth. We done traveled the world around.
Very true.
We done dealt with other nations. Other nations have dealt with us. You know what I'm saying? So we have to get pre-transatlantic slave trade because that slave trade didn't happen the way that they said it happened.
And those
And I'm gonna add
predecessors
this
came
little
out of Africa.
tidbit.
The 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘵 and all those people came out of Africa. Now that's a
No,
fact.
we didn't. No, we didn't. And this is the thing about it. Everybody has all these ideas that started with the European school of thought, which ain't even 150 years old. Where's the history prior to that? Why is we still going by what other people is telling us and not what our
Study King
ancestors have
Mansa
said?
Study King Mansa Musa. That's African history. King Mansa Musa.
Why do I have to study him when my blood pumps with the Aztec and the Mayans, the Incas, and
I got the answers to everybody's question. Let me get in on
people,
it.
they didn't
My
come
brother
from
Mansa
nowhere
Musa
else.
didn't come to America.
Also,
His brother
hold
did.
on, so I can land my plane.
Mansa Musa didn't come to America.
I'm finna land
His
my
brother
plane. I
Abu-
got two more tidbits
his
for
brother
you.
Bakri
Damn,
came to
bruh.
America.
Yeah, and he gave the
If you
gold
put
tip
it,
speech.
Let
if you
him
put it
finish,
like
people.
that,
Let him
if you
finish,
put it
brothers.
like
Let him
that, I
finish,
can
brothers.
Here that he wasn't
if
the
you put
first
it like
person
that,
to
I can
pop up
say
on the
I am
scene.
from Ethiopia, bruh. The oldest.
Guy
Brothers.
here that he wasn't
If
the
you put
first
it like
person
that,
to
I can
pop up
say
on the
I am
scene.
from Ethiopia, bruh. The oldest. So I can
Let
say, you know,
You,
my
everything
man.
start from
I'm not trying to
Africa,
put. Let DBG finish, man.
which
Let
is
DBG
Ethiopia.
finish, and then you can go next. And then Eula, man, I want to hear from you because you've
Thank
been
you.
very patient, and I do understand, bro. So
Yeah,
we
I'm
gonna
with
get you
y'all.
in.
I'm with y'all. That's why I'm being patient because I'm listening. DBG, I want to hear what you got to say, bro. So I don't want to do. I'm not cutting you off or nothing. I'm patient because I'm with y'all, and you gonna see it. That's why I'm patiently waiting. I'm finna drop gems, boy. Go ahead and talk, man.
so look, there has been relationships with people throughout the world. We gotta stop dropping this shit trying to force everybody to take somebody else's perspective or somebody's history or whatever the case may be. The same person that told you you was from Africa is the same person that lied to us. We gotta stop that, bro. The division is crazy. Most of y'all don't even know they was taking people from South America, bringing to North America, and tell them they was African, and they was not. Like, it's a lot of buried history. Yes, there was Africans that came across here, just like there was us that went across the ocean. And this is why I'm gonna land my plane at. We gotta also understand there was also a trans-Pacific slave trade. That's why you got all these Asian people walking around America that took on our history. And I'm gonna land my plane there.
Here's the
Thank you,
plane,
brother.
man, brother.
Thank you, brother. I'm sorry. I do not read Asian literature, so please forgive me for not being able to pronounce your name.
My name,
But
big bro.
no, bottom
Oh,
left.
oh yeah. I don't know.
Nah, that's Ethiopia, bro. That's Emmerich.
Hey. I meant no
That's why we
disrespect.
need
I
each
see
other.
No, you
slants and I see
can't. You
tilts.
can't.
We
You
all gotta
can't
learn
read it.
something.
It's all good, man. You cannot even read it. You can just call me a lion, man. But yeah,
There we
bro,
go.
I'm from Ethiopia, bro. So like, if we talk about that, you know, the first human farm in Ethiopia, still you can read and look it up anywhere.
Hold
It's
the
just
fuck
that's
up.
in
Wait a minute, bro. Let
Africa.
him finish.
I was
Let
here
him
before,
finish. Let him
buddy.
finish. Let
I
him
was here
finish.
before,
Let him
buddy.
finish his
Yes,
point.
sir.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. It was a lady, and her name was Lucy. You can look it up anywhere in a reference. It was 4.5 million. Her bones, you know, when
Brother,
they
we
made
agree with
her.
that. I just want you to know that we wholeheartedly 100% accept that
Okay
fact.
then. Okay then. How could you be? How could you be? You know, Black Panthers without an Africa, and you black? That's wrong with you, because regardless who you are, anyways, regardless whether you're Pan Africa, whether you're Black African American, regardless, you're black for anybody and any
While
nation. Anybody is looking down just because you're black. So for you to go work with the Africans, that's the only way, because that's home. That's where you found. That is home for you, for the blackness. You can go up there, you know, and then it's better, you know, to fix it, the educated people. You know, for you, there is a lot of American African that went to Ethiopia, went to Ghana, they went to Nigeria. They live free. They don't look left and right to be getting shot or anything like that. They're happy, you know.
Yeah,
So
let me get
let
up in
me
this.
say this to you, brother. Let me
go
say this
ahead.
to you, Lion.
Go ahead.
The idea when you hear the delineation being instituted, it is not against the entirety of the black diaspora. It is, however, 100% against the tether class. Would you classify yourself as a tether?
What's a tether, brother?
A tether would be someone who takes an action speaking and or cosplaying as a black American, but speaking against the black consciousness.
Bro, there is no
Well, you know what
black
that is? A kind of
consciousness
deep
until but
question
you
to ask me,
condition with
brother.
the system.
Wait a minute, you.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother, because I want to have a conversation with you. I do.
Okay, so let me tell you this: there is no black consciousness or anything unless been your set up and condition the system that's been created for you.